I get it. Have a. What do you need? Good morning, everyone. It's 8:31 on Tuesday, January the 13th, 2026. Looks like we've got a full room this morning for some reason. Anyway, it's going to be a busy day. It's going to be educational for a lot of us who've not gone through a city council meeting before. There's certain policies and procedures we have to follow. First things first, I'm glad everybody's here. And how we always open these things is we open them with a chaplain prayer and pledge. And this morning I want to bring up Chaplain Morgan Moore and Chaplain Arthur Mavrode to do the prayer.
Good morning. Please join me in prayer. Lord Jesus, we come before you to lift up our city and our city leaders. We thank you for the freedom to come together in prayer, and we seek your wisdom for our leaders in the city council. We lift up the issues before the council today. We pray for your peace and discernment to reign as discussions take place. Please help us to speak with love to one another. We pray that the words and actions of this meeting honor you and one another. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen. Amen. And now please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the American flag and the Texas flag. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty. Flag.
Now we're going to move into a proclamation this morning. I would like anyone associated with the School Board Recognition Month to come up. Please stand up front. You don't want to get that close. Amy, come on. All right, you'll come talk. Oh, all of you have to come up. We got to get you all in the picture. Come over here. Yeah, over here, Doc. That's fine. Yeah, that's big say. I wonder why. Anyway. With that, the mission of the public schools is to meet the diverse educational needs of all children and to empower them to become competent, productive contributors to our society in an ever-changing world. Our San Angelo ISD board members are committed to the children of San Angelo and believe all children can be successful, lifelong learners, and that the best education is tailored to each child's individual needs to support their hopes and dreams. The distinguished group of servant leaders includes Board President Mr. Taylor Kingman, Vice President Mrs. Amy Mazzell Flint, Secretary Mr. Gerard Gallegos, Treasurer Mr. Bill Dindal, Mrs. Pam Duncan, Dr. Kyle Mills, and Mrs. Carla Cardenas. The San Angelo ISD board members work closely with parents, educational professionals, and other community members to create the educational vision we want for our students. They are responsible for ensuring that our structure that provides for a solid foundation for our school system and dedicated numerous unpaid personal hours to support and lead our San Angelo schools. Our San Angelo ISD school board members are strong advocates for public education and are responsible for communicating the needs of the school district to the public and the public's expectations to the district. Therefore, I, Tom Thompson, Mayor, City of San Angelo, Texas, on behalf of the City Council, declare our appreciation to the members of the San Angelo Independent School Board and proclaim the month of January 2026 as School Board Recognition Month. in San Angelo, Texas, and urge all citizens to join us and San Angelo ISD in recognizing the dedication and hard work of the San Angelo ISD school board members and to partner with them to mold an education system that meets the needs of both today's and tomorrow's children and produces future-ready graduates. Absolutely. Would you like to say some words?
Well, thank you, Mayor. And how many of you believe God created every student in his image? Yep. And how many of you believe that it's worth it to educate every one of those kids? That's why we do what we do. That's why the board is here. We're thankful for a good, strong board and a great community. Appreciate the time today.
Let's shoot a photo. Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to move into public comment. Members of the public may raise issues or concerns not listed on the regular agenda during this time. To participate, please sign in with City Clerk prior to the beginning of the meeting. Speakers will be called in the order they are signed in. When speaking, citizens must speak from the podium, address all comments to the dais, begin by stating your name and your address to the single-member district you live in, and limit your remarks to 3 minutes or less. Heather, do we have any public comment today? So do you know right now how many public comment we have? How much?
Over 20.
Right. So if everyone's allowed 3 minutes, we're looking at least an hour of public comment here today. Understood. So if you're here on another agenda item or topic, you probably have an hour. If you wish to go outside or do anything, that's not going to hurt anybody's feelings up here. Just understand we've got an hour of public comment just at the start of the meeting. With that, Heather, who's our first speaker?
David Walker. He filled this out on December 29th, so he might have forgotten.
First call for David Walker.
Okay.
We'll take that one off next.
Heather Wiley.
So Heather, will you tell her how the clock works? Let's just say that first, what they're going to see on the colors.
Sure. So up in front of you, whenever I start, the green light will light up. When you have a minute left, it will turn to yellow for your warning for a minute wrap up.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Good morning. My name is Heather Wiley. I live at 815 Prizer, and I'm making a public comment this morning regarding the plans to build a skybox data center in this area. There are significant water concerns that I and many other residents have regarding the data center. I have read articles from the city and from local media that indicate Skybox is planning on building a closed-loop water system, which will require around 9 billion gallons of water that they plan to stagger over the next 3 years. For comparison, during the winter, San Angelo uses around 12 to 13 billion gallons of water, and I have read that this will be replaced every 5 years. Will that replacement also be staggered? San Angelo has had water problems in the past. I can't remember a summer where the city hasn't urged residents to use water responsibly. Texas is a drought-prone state. This closed-loop water system does not mean that it won't ever need water again. And when it does, what happens if during that time we don't have that extra water? Additionally, where will that water go when the system is flushed? And what are the contaminants in that water, and how will they affect San Angelo and the surrounding areas? A recent study from Rice University in Houston found that companies look to areas like San Angelo where the cost will be low for them when they want to build a data center. The focus is not on creating jobs, it is on cheap land. This same study found that many local governments look forward to possible tax incentives and they want to believe a promise of tech jobs coming into this area. Again, the research shows that past the initial construction, the jobs won't be there. So we can look forward to a huge boom with construction, which is exactly what's happening in Abilene, driving up local prices. And when it's done, the jobs will be gone and the prices will still be high. Will San Angelo residents also look forward to an increase in their utility bills, more perks from living close to a data center? The citizens of San Angelo want their questions answered, and we want transparency. How can we know that the City Council is going to continue to represent the people of San Angelo and the true best interest of future generations instead of Skybox? Thank you.
Steve Elanius.
Mayor, council member, my name is Steve Elanius. I'm president and CEO of the San Angelo Chamber of Commerce. A data center project for San Angelo represents a once-in-a-generation opportunity to shift and reduce the tax burden on our citizens. As the state of Texas continues to advance legislation measures around tax compression, cities are under increased pressure to maintain services at levels with fewer property tax dollars. That really makes it imperative for communities like ours to grow our taxable assets or risk cutting essential services. So today, San Angelo's current property tax rate is 79 cents per $100 valuation. When compared to other cities our size, Wichita Falls is 68 cents, Temple is 69 cents, Georgetown is 35 cents, Odessa is 47 cents, Midland is 34 cents, New Braunfels is 40 cents, and Richardson is 54 cents. These cities benefit from a broad commercial and industrial tax base that helps carry the load and allows residents to pay less while receiving quality public services. A large-scale data center investment in San Angelo would significantly expand our taxable base without placing additional strain on public services. The result is a tangible path forward for lowering the city tax rate for all citizens. When families keep more of their money, those dollars are spent locally, supporting small businesses, strengthening our economy, and improving the quality of life of everyone. This is not simply an economic development project. This is a strategic opportunity to reposition San Angelo's financial future, strengthening our competitiveness, providing long-term tax relief for our citizens. Thank you.
Seth Shamot.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Seth Como. I'm a local business owner here in San Angelo. I run San Angelo Studios, a co-working space, and Seth Life, a technology-focused consulting media firm. I'm here to speak in support of the data center coming to San Angelo. From where I sit, working daily with entrepreneurs, remote workers, and small businesses, San Angelo has talent, but opportunity and infrastructure don't always keep pace. That gap is why people leave or hesitate to fully invest here. Projects like this are important because of what they signal. They tell other companies, professionals, and investors whether San Angelo is prepared to participate in modern infrastructure or whether it's opting out. And I believe the overwhelming success of the school bond last year proves we aren't just opting out. From a business perspective, San Angelo also needs growth that strengthens the tax base without creating the same long-term service demands as residential expansion. I understand this project represents a meaningful percentage of the city's entire existing tax base. Achieving that same level of recurring revenue through traditional retail, housing, or industrial growth would likely take decades. and would place far greater strain on city services. My hope is that this kind of investment helps accelerate a broader ecosystem, more tech-adjacent businesses, more people choosing to stay, and more reasons for young people and young professionals to build their lives here. I support continuing this process with clear standards and accountability so growth benefits the whole community. Thank you for your time.
Christy Williams. Christy Williams.
My name is Christy Williams, and I'm here to oppose the data center coming in. I want to preface my public comment because of my recent observations of university students and my own children's struggle involved in graduating from an old paradigm being brought up in a new one. This comment was not generated by AI. We hear a lot of stick to the facts. A fact is a truth about events. Some facts aren't always out in the open for everyone to see or allowed to be discussed. So I want to talk about intention, intuition, and the unseen. I understand this is just a rezoning meeting, but it sets a precedence for the further change in the character of our community. A sweet hometown character that does not have the resources to sustain this massive project, where the intention behind rezoning is large-scale data center that will drain our natural resources from countryside, rodeo western ranch and farmland town, to industrial, desolate, anti-biological structures so incredibly large, there's not even a comparison yet. There are many here that work with the land and conserve our resources. Knowing the land is also to respect its gifts and life. Nature always re-inhabits where it's been wiped out and ignored. The ground holds charge, sun provides light and heat, air holds the potential for all life to be breathed into existence. Water remembers information and carries and disperses that information or memory to all living things. It's no coincidence water is needed for the production of data center. Where we try to block out these life characteristics, critters and dust always comes back. Where we eliminate nature and sterilize and water is present, mold and mildew reappears. This is usually where water is found, also carrying contaminated information. The move-in of the fungal family and arachnids, etc., are not to be feared, but revered. Taken as a message to pay attention where there is no life or negativity. Simple addition of plant life into a usual moldy bathroom, mold disappears, and general well-being begins. It appreciates our attention. Data centers are taking over our ecosystems and are anti-biological, which also sounds similar to antibiotics. Wait, that's what we're doing to our bodies. We currently have an epidemic of mold, yeast, and parasite overgrowth diseases and illnesses, but that's another talk for another day. My point is, nature listens and follows our intentions, and our connection to nature is intuition. Which brings me to the unseen. I'm going to skip down so I can finish. I know we don't do much more than the momentum in this place.
Christy, thank
Sorry.
you, ma'am. Next.
David Torres.
First call, David Torres. Next.
Shannon Carpenter.
Shannon.
Shannon.
Is there anybody still outside waiting to get in? Lori, can you take a look? All right, no, next.
Susie Welch.
Ms. Welch.
Good morning. My name is Susie Welch. I reside at 3326 Shady Hill Drive. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak today. A billboard I drove by this week had the slogan, "San Angelo, an oasis in West Texas." And that actually gave me chills. This simple statement sums up my concerns. As we all know, we do live in a semi-arid environment with scarce natural resources. So I have 3 topics that I want to address and just some quick questions. So question 1 has to do with water. As a community on the edge of a desert, we know water is precious. If this area is rezoned for industry or commercial property, how will the necessary water be made available? For example, if a large business were to establish here that requires 1 to 5 million gallons of water per day, how are we able to meet that demand? Would that water be recycled? How would the contaminated water be disposed of? How do we protect our aquifer and water availability for the citizens of San Angelo and the surrounding area? Topic 2, energy demands. Who will pay to build the required infrastructure? Will extreme temperatures cause an increased risk of outages and blackouts to our community? Will the cost of electricity and water increase for citizens of San Angelo? Topic 3, restrictions and regulation and monitoring. With industry, there can be significant risk of increased air pollution, water contamination, noise pollution, detrimental impact on wildlife and ecosystems, and a negative impact on local neighborhoods. So the questions are, what regulations and restrictions will be in place to ensure the safety of our community and not destroy our natural resources? Will there be any restrictions or limitations on types of businesses allowed? Will there be monitoring and enforcement at a city level? In summary, the concerns and risks of rezoning are the impact on our precious natural resources, the financial impact to the citizens, and number 3, pollution and waste removal. San Angelo is a beautiful community with lakes and rivers. If our water is depleted and our ecosystem is destroyed, our town will be uninhabitable. Please understand that these decisions will impact our area for generations. I encourage advancement, but with advancement comes risks. And I simply ask that you consider all aspects for the protection of our citizens and for future generations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Welch. Next.
Allison Devereaux.
Hey.
My name is Allison Devereaux, and I'm just here to speak generally about data center
Do you have
development.
a district you live in, Allie?
What's that?
What district do you live in?
I live off of City Farm Road.
Okay.
To the west of us, 7 states are fighting over the dwindling waters of the Colorado River because there's not enough water to supply the 40 million people that depend on it. In 2024, Texas took New Mexico to the Supreme Court over the dwindling waters of the Rio Grande. That river is frequently dry in a 200-mile stretch, at the end of which there's often not a drop that even flows into the Gulf. There's little water to support fish, birds, and wetland ecosystems that once thrived all along the Rio Grande, and almost every river in Texas is telling a similar story. The rivers are already over-allocated, and the groundwater that feeds these rivers is being depleted at such an alarming rate that the Texas Water Development Board has declared that the state will face a severe water crisis in 5 years. The state is facing a 12 million acre-foot annual water deficit, and that will only increase as populations expand. And now we are facing a tsunami of companies wanting to build data centers as fast as they can. Considering this setting, I can't help but wonder how politicians and city planners are euphoric while trying to paint a rosy picture of the data center rush, particularly in this community, where we are constantly being told we are water scarce. Yet now we are being told not to worry. We'll have plenty of water to close a deal on a data center project that will rival some of the largest projects out there to date. And after that, we're told there will be plenty of water to bring in even more. We don't want a future built on investor thesis or billionaire schemes or political fear. We don't want a future where the only vision is to extract more so that we can spend more and stretch our natural resources to the absolute limit. We want peace of mind, fresh air, clean water. We want to be able to see the stars at night. We want safety, community, and we want the people we elect to be honest with us. And with that, I would implore you to think twice before you cast any vote moving any project forward that is shrouded in secrecy behind the cloak of an NDA, or any project that deceptively distills the concept of bending the community down to the number of dollars that it can potentially generate. We need to be an example to the rest of the state that we understand our limits and we have our priorities, and we're bold enough to figure out a future without following the trends of a world increasingly absent of foresight, going mad with greed, and leaving the natural world, which is the fundamental basis of human health and well-being, at the absolute bottom of the list of priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Deborah. Next, Heather.
Christine Mansell.
Chair and council members, my name is Christine Mansell, and I'm a resident of San Angelo. I live in District 3. I came here today intending to participate in a general public discussion concerning a possible data center and a public zoning hearing concerning a change that would authorize what such a project could ultimately become. Instead, I was told that discussion of the data center and discussion of the zoning decision had been assigned separate public hearings. The city clerk then asked me to confirm which hearing I wanted to speak at, because if I wanted to discuss the data center, it must be within public comments. I was further told that if I attempted to discuss a data center, should I speak at the zoning public hearing, I would be cut off. So like many of you here today, I'm speaking during the public comments instead. While the data center still seriously concerns me, the process being used to consider it now concerns me more. The City of San Angelo is asking residents to trust that a highly specific zoning change affecting exactly 345.27 acres, part of a much larger city farm tract in northeast San Angelo, is nevertheless random and without intended purpose, even though that zoning change and amendments considered also necessary to the city's comprehensive plan would be widely understood as appropriate for a data center type facility. That contradiction has not been explained. Questions from the public and from the media have gone unanswered. In closing, when public discussion is separated from public action, citizens are denied their most basic role in local government to understand and give informed input on public decisions before they are enacted. I believe the important action on the data center will happen under consent agenda item N. I plan to stay to see what happens. Thank you.
Next one, Heather.
Jatan Geesey.
Tana, sorry. No, she's here.
Jatan Geezy, District 5. I have so many unanswered questions and concerns, and I'm confident and I'm not alone. I don't even know if I'm for or against it because there's so many unanswered questions. Has there been any kind of review of fine particulate matter that this facility will produce, or the effect of the hot air coming off the cooling towers? Some have pushed for more electric versus gas, more gas and diesel, to avoid the gas diesel. How does adding this facility to our area affect the per capita rate pollution footprint per citizen? Will a monitor air, noise, water pollution be done? how often, by whom, what happens if they don't meet the standards. Gunshots aren't the same as the constant hum that this data center will emit. Are there limits to cost shutdown? In the past, we've been asked to turn our AC down at a higher setting when it's really hot outside. This indicates to me a possible strain on electric grid. If this is true, how do we expect to provide the amount of electricity that this data center will require? Who loses power when the grid's strained? The citizens of the center of the citizen's home. The city's website assures us that the city and the electric provider can review the electric needs and is confident that our infrastructure can handle it. What is their water rate? Mine goes up just quite a bit after 20,000 gallons. What about the electric rate? Do we really have enough water? It wasn't that long ago that ranchers had to haul water in our area. My granddad was one of them. Do we have a realistic evaluation of water required, comparing cooling requirements to somewhere that's not in the cooler mountains, somewhere that experiences days reaching 100 degrees? Our 20-year average is 42 days a year. I'm just looking for a fair comparison. I have heard estimates and ballpark figures, but if the blueprints are complete, is there a reason why we wouldn't be able to have a more precise number of gallons of water required for each building for startup? Comparing the other info available on other facilities, what we've been told seems to reflect 10% of what they actually take for startup. If the city of giving them a tax break on their property, is the county giving it? Is the county gonna give it and then y'all share it? I spoke to someone that's worked in a solar farm near Abilene, not in the city limits. He stated typically illegal, non-documented manpower were used to build a facility of those in the not even local unions. I'm going to go on. If we're going to get a tax break, when, how much? Do we have that? How will we be assured that that's actually done? If this is just a storage, and they've already been zoned and permitted to do this, and they don't build more buildings, can they turn it into an AI processing center and use more? Do they have to come back and ask us if that's approved?
Mario Obledo.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, City Clerk. For the record, my name is Mario Obledo Jr. I'm Chief of Government and Public Affairs at the San Angelo and San Antonio Food Bank. And with me this morning is Stanley Sorrell. He assists me with public policy and advocacy. We work city, county, state, and federal for our organization. On behalf of Eric Cooper, our president and CEO, our board, our organization, just thank you for the leadership that you provide to this great city and the residents that reside within. Regarding food banking, you have some information on the dais, and thank you, City Clerk, for assisting with disseminating that information. But little trivia on food banking. 200 food banks across the country. We're part of Feeding America. That's our national organization, the country's safety net. And in our great state of Texas, we're one of 20 food banks. Feeding Texas is our state association. All 254 counties are covered by a food bank service territory, and we cover 29 counties in southwest Texas. We go all the way down to Crystal City, Karnes City. We're in New Braunfels. We're up in Junction. We're up here. And so do know we're your food bank. When you talk about food banking, so if you think of a bank, money's deposited in, then dispensed out. For food banking, money, food, resources deposited in, then dispensed out. Deposited in from H-E-B, Costco, Walmart, food manufacturers, processors, wholesalers, resellers, farmers and ranchers, and the community all depositing in, and then dispensing out to nonprofit organizations, 501c3s like Boys and Girls Clubs, soup kitchens, shelters, senior centers. The majority of them are faith-based, located at a church known as a food pantry. Let me just say that we're working the daily disaster of poverty, okay? And so we work with government, we work with communities in order to serve the clients that we see. Over 100,000 individuals that we're serving in any given week, and we couldn't do it without local government. And so when you talk about natural disasters, right, man-made disasters, hurricane, fire, floods, unfortunately, we're a phone call, text away. So we're your food bank. We'll mobilize and work with FEMA, TDM, Red Cross, and others to make sure that you all get the nutrition and the water and the assistance that you need and work alongside y'all. And so the information that you have there, please access it, use it. Again, we're a phone call, text away. And thank you again for the opportunity this morning to say a few words.
Thank you, Mario.
Michael Looney.
Good morning, Council, Mayor, Michael Looney, District 5, Karen Hesse-Smith. Wanted to address a couple of the concerns that we've had, that citizenry have had. We are citizenry. We've been involved with the development, the data center development for some time now, and have asked a lot of the same questions that everybody back here is asking too. A lot of issues, a lot of things to discuss. There's a lot of things to debate, and we get it. We're part of that discussion as well. As the economic developer for the San Angelo Chamber of Commerce, I absolutely do not want any kind of a development that's going to harm natural resources, not be transparent, and be a burden to our community and not a benefit. I did want to address a couple of concerns, and this is some fact information we did get from the engineer for the development. The water system, the cooling system specifically, is a closed-loop cooling system as opposed to an evaporative cooling system. Each building, if this development goes through, would use between 15 to 20,000 gallons of water per cooling system at top-off. So they charge up the cooling system with 15 to 20,000 gallons, and that water lasts for approximately 5 years because it internally cycles. We asked them about what happens when the water is discharged. It is filtered through a membrane technology that filters out any material from the piping system before it is then discharged out of the building. And that discharge system, the membrane technology, is EPA and TCEQ regulated and certified. And they would have to go through very strict EPA and TCEQ regulations to do that, and it is tested frequently. I did not ask how frequently it's tested, but they assured me that it is. They don't want any trouble with the community, the EPA, or the TCEQ. So it's a post-filtration system upon discharge. If the campus were to be built, it would require about 15,000 gallons of water per day for bathrooms, sinks, and mop closets. So it's a relatively low water user, and that's about how much water a big box retail store uses, like a Home Depot or a Walmart. It's about 15,000 gallons a day for the entire campus. For example, a tunnel car wash uses between 35 to 48,000 gallons of water per day. So just wanted to make that clear that we are very carefully looking at all of the factors that could impact the community, impact the environment. And as far as the water use, which is about the first question we asked them, we feel fairly confident in their answers.
Michael.
Thank you.
Simon McCullough.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. I'm Simeon McCullough, 1815 West Concho, and I came to speak in support of the data center. I think we need to make it bigger, make it as big as we can make it. This is one of the biggest opportunities San Angelo's seen in a long time. I think we should all be more appreciative that we're living in history right now. If it's going to be a $20 billion build, name the last time that's ever happened for San Angelo. This is a pretty big deal, and as a local business owner, I own 6 companies here. I'd love to benefit from being a part of this $20 billion project, and I think a lot of other businesses would really appreciate to be a part of it too. I think based on what everybody before me was saying, I think we're going to really benefit from educating the school system and putting a lot more of these tax dollars there. And that's all I got to say. Absolutely.
Heather, next.
Gabriel Menchaca.
Gabe.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address the City Council and the citizens of San Angelo. Hello, my name is Gabriel Menchaca. I am a resident. I'm a homeowner of San Angelo at 3430 Shady Hill Drive. I am currently employed as an information security manager here in San Angelo, and I am involved in the community as an advisor and immediate past director for the Concho Valley Technology Alliance here in San Angelo. In short, I like to think of myself as a technologist and a futurist. I'm here today to lend my support to San Angelo's future by speaking in favor of exploring a data center for our city. I also want to acknowledge that some residents have raised concerns, and those concerns deserve to be heard and addressed thoughtfully. But I also encourage and call to action all citizens with interest to speak up, ask your questions, share your insight, and lend your support. While concerns around water and utilities are valid and should be addressed through careful planning, it's also important to recognize the economic reality. Facilities like this often serve as anchors for long-term technology and business growth. The real advancement here does not come simply from the presence of a data center, but from the solutions, the systems, and the innovation that are built around it and upon it. A data center of this scale positions San Angelo as critical infrastructure, bringing with it investment, resilience, and the level of support and protection that designation warrants. I'm not here to suggest rushing this decision, but I'm here to encourage thoughtful exploration. San Angelo has an opportunity to evaluate this with facts, safeguards, and community input, not fear. If we take the time to ask the right questions and plan responsibly, this could position our city for long-term economic relevance and resilience. I respectfully encourage the council to continue exploring this opportunity and to keep this conversation moving forward. Thank you for your time and your dedication to our city.
Thank you, Gabe.
Liz Landers.
Good morning, I'm Liz Landers, I'm District 5. I live on Kenwood Drive. I know somebody else does here. My concerns are that the way the zoning board works with this, I believe in early approval before we have the protections in place for our city, I think would be a mistake. That is my opinion. I'm not against the data center. I just know from my own personal experience that I'm looking at a house across the street from me that got a variance that shouldn't have. And I'm going to be living with that, just the way that if a mistake is made, the residents of our county will live with that for a very, very long time. My wish is that the protections that should be put in place are put in place before you vote on the zoning. Because once that's done, our options are very limited, as I know. Anyway, thank you.
Crystal Elliott.
Good morning. My name is Crystal Elliott, Dr. Crystal Elliott, and I live at 1232 South Monroe Street. And I want to first thank you for demonstrating that you are listening today. I'm watching very carefully as I'm hearing different people, speak, and it encourages me that you are listening to our comments. So thank you for that. I hope you will continue to listen to the comments of San Angelo. We know from the bond elections that only 11 to 17% of San Angelo voted. And sadly, that was the south side of San Angelo typically votes. So I hope that we really offer more educational opportunities to the north side and to central San Angelo about these projects before we take action. San Angeloans have not voiced that I've seen anywhere, and I'm all over social media, that they want to be the next Austin, Dallas, San Antonio, or Houston. We have lived here by choice, some of us for many generations, because of the rural beauty, because it's a small town friendliness, because we support each other and local businesses. And people who have lived here for generations are seeing beautiful areas now covered in windmills, solar panels, and chain restaurants. These do not add or enhance the beauty and landscape of our community, and neither does an AI data center. We are seeing that data centers are targeting Texas. Texas is now #1 in the nation for data centers. We have 90 to 97 currently either the existing or under production in West Texas alone. And I've listened to other people, but I do my own research about how many gallons per day. And according to Black Ridge Research and the Texas Tribune, it's 1.5 to 3 million gallons per day is required to run a data center. And if you start multiplying that by how many data centers there's 335 currently in existence in Texas. We're looking at millions of gallons a day, hundreds of millions, 335 million gallons a day. And so that is a concern to me because Texas just doesn't have it to spare. Bottom line is that electricity use is going to go up, water exploitation, land exploitation. It doesn't benefit the land in any way. Computing hardware and its noise pollution. One thing we love about West Texas is the quiet and the peace. I also think, although they're targeting us, it's not because we have so many resources to spare, it's because we have cheap land and people who don't question what comes to town. I'd like you to question what comes to town. Thank you.
Mike Burnett.
Morning, Council, and Happy New Year. Mike Burnett, Single Member District 1, Chair of the Homeless Planning Coalition, and the Executive Director of Concho Valley Community Action Agency. As we step into 2026, I'd like to take a few moments to talk about some of our most vulnerable neighbors, those experiencing homelessness here in San Angelo. Last year's official point-in-time count reported 173 individuals without shelter, but based on what we see in some other metrics, we estimate that number is closer to 350 on any given night. That's 350 people, men, women, children, friends, neighbors, parents, sons and daughters, sleeping in cars, tents, or simply out in the open. We've had an unusually mild winter so far, and that is a blessing. But the cooler weather this week and the rain today should remind us how quickly conditions can turn dangerous for those without a roof over their heads. Speaking of the point-in-time count, this year's count will take place next week on January 22nd. This is a critical effort to understand the scope of homelessness in our community, and we need volunteers. If you've ever wondered how you can make a difference, this is a good place to start. That same day, we also have Homeless Navigation Day at First Presbyterian Church from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. This event connects people experiencing homelessness with resources, everything from housing assistance to health services. It's a day of hope and practical help, and we'd love to see you there. Finally, this Thursday night going into Friday night, January 15th and 16th, CVCAA is creating an event called Mike's Night Out, an awareness event where I will spend the evening without shelter. It's a small way to mirror what our neighbors experience every day and to keep the issue front and center in our hearts and minds. Before I close, a quick update on Rock Rose. We are still moving forward. We are still making plans. As you know, it's a big project for our community, and it represents a long-term solution for housing stability, and we're committed to seeing it through. San Angelo is a caring community, and together we can make sure that no one is left out in the cold. Thank you for your time, and I invite you to join us, whether by volunteering, spreading the word, or simply showing up to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
China Young.
Hello, my name is China Young, and I am a citizen of Single Member District 4. Thank you so much for listening patiently to all of our comments today, and I hope you are still listening. I learned that the City Council approved rezoning some land for a data center on December 2nd at the recommendation of the Planning Commission. So I decided to go watch the November 17th Planning Commission meeting. I watched a citizen ask about what the rezoning was for, and I watched Planning and Development Services Director Aaron Vinoy say it was just to make the land more attractive for potential business. Mr. Vinoy had the opportunity to be honest and transparent with that citizen in that moment about a potential data center and chose not to. That, for me, was strike one in transparency on this conversation. I spoke at the Development Corporation meeting on December 10th about a potential data center and was approached by Michael Looney and Councilmember Keeley about my comments after the meeting. They assured me there were no contracts in place yet and there would be public conversations before any major moves were made. As of today, the only opportunity presented to the community that I know of to actively engage with Skybox directly seems to be during the Economic Summit on February 17th. However, this is not an open forum. It is a ticketed event that one must pay to attend, and it takes place during the day when the majority of citizens are not able to attend, and this makes that conversation for the elites of the city, the people with power, not the citizens. This is not transparency. Strike two. Per the city's data center page on its website, under a subheading, Leadership with Vision, there's a bullet point stating that local leaders and economic developers are asking tough questions about power, water, and infrastructure to protect residents. Well, on December 29th, a citizen-organized town hall event, the citizens asked many questions that could not be answered. In some cases, it was because of, we learned, non-disclosure agreements. In some cases, because the city did not have the answers yet. But some questions, like what would happen to the water used for cooling the system when it has to be flushed and replaced in 5 years, could not be answered. That feels like a basic question that should have been asked by our leaders, which leads me to conclude that our leaders are not asking the important questions, or they refuse to be transparent about the answers. This is strike three for me. I humbly and desperately urge you not to approve the rezoning of the land for the data center per consent agenda in today, because the citizens do not yet have all the facts and cannot yet ensure that there is a process in place to hold Skybox accountable for their access to San Angelo's most vital resources: land, people, and most importantly, water. This is our opportunity as citizens to be heard, and I thank you so much for hearing us, and I really hope that the council and the city takes the opportunity to create space for these conversations so the citizens don't have to do it ourselves. Thank you so much.
Heather? Next.
Joe Hyde.
Is Joe here?
Joe Hyde.
Joe Hyde?
I rise in support of the data center, and I don't care what you got to do to zone to get it there.
State your name and your
I'm
district,
sorry, I'm
please.
Joe Hyde. I'm in Karen Hesse Smith's district. At least my business is. Sorry, Karen. Anyway, I rise in support of these data centers. In fact, I use data centers for my business, Angelo Live. We got 3 servers in a data center in LA. You know, I've been around IT all my whole life. There's There's nothing here. This is the most non-invasive way to grow our economy and to grow our tax base that I've ever seen. This is not bringing in trains like we brought in trains like 4 years ago, and no one complained about all the pollution a train brings, or a whole rail yard full of trains. But this is so non-invasive, and I don't know if it's going to make $27 billion in property value valuation, but let's just say it brings $500 million. That's about double what y'all lost when Ethicon got off the tax rolls, okay? And it's probably about as much as Shannon has off the tax rolls, you know? And this is not going to use a whole lot of water. We have the opportunity with that power station up there, the way we have that freeway of power coming near our town, and no one complained when they put that big power transmission line in either. But we have an opportunity here to turn this place into a data center central, and we can make a lot of money for everyone if we allow that to happen and have an open business environment like Abilene does, like Odessa does, like Midland does. Everyone is going to have these things. When you worry about the power, the cost of the power, we're going to pay more for power no matter where the data center is, whether it's in Katy, Texas, or San Angelo, Texas. I want San Angelo to be open for business. This is a new thing. This is the new wave. This is for our future prosperity and the future infrastructure. Finally, I'll just say this. You guys are looking at $500 million worth of water infrastructure you got to build. Let's build this tax base. And this is the most non-invasive way that we can build our tax base in San Angelo, Texas. I don't care if you zone this thing residential or super uber industrial with AI. I want everything up here. I want to open up this community to investment and to future growth and future prosperity for me and for you and everyone back here and for our kids. Thank you very much.
James Hopper.
Morning, gentlemen, ladies. Good morning, gentlemen, ladies. I live just outside of the city, but San Angelo is my home. And I
sorry,
totally
what is your name, please?
I'm sorry?
What is your name again, please?
James Hopper.
Hopper. Thank you.
I totally agree with what Mr. Hyde just said. I agree mostly with the non-approval of this. And I just have a couple of comments. I heard the mayor, and you can correct me by looking at me if I'm wrong, on a couple of interviews say this is not for AI and it's not for cloud storage. It's not for cryptocurrency. So my question is, what is it going to store? Why do we need that if, and like the lady, a couple people before me said, there's 396 of these things being built around the country. Why do we need one? With all of the problems that everybody's brought out, why does San Angelo need it? And again, that goes back to Mr. Hyde. We have a difference of opinion, that's fine. So that's one of my questions is, where's the transparency on actually what this is? What it's going to store? Is it cloud? What is it? My other question is, and this is more directly to y'all, has the decision already been made to build this? I know y'all are going to approve the zoning today, possibly approve it, but has the decision already been made that y'all are going to build this? And it looks to me like, and I could be wrong, it looks to me like if you approve it, what else would you approve it for other than the data center? So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hopper.
I'm sorry if I have a little bit of time left. Will there be a countywide vote on this?
No, there won't, but your comment time's over. Keep consistent with it. Thank you, sir.
Coco Simpson.
Coco Simpson. I actually live in Christoval, but my business is in Karen Hesse Smith's district. Water has been discussed at length here. I just want to bring it up one more time. 9 million gallons of water is what this is going to use across the campus. Mayor Thompson got on Joe Hyde's show the other day and said it's 1 day of use. So what day are citizens of San Angelo not supposed to flush or take a shower or water their grass? And we need 9 of these days across the campus every 5 years. So you split that up into daily usage. That is 3,000 gallons of usage a day, which is equivalent to about 100 homes. So It's a lot of water that we don't have currently. So, second thing is money. Greed is a deadly sin for a reason, and that's what all of this sounds like. So, Skybox has 7 different data centers going up, most of them in Texas right now. San Angelo is the biggest at $21 to $22 billion investment. Austin has $10 billion, Dallas is another billion, Plano's another billion, Pflugerville's almost $1 billion, Round Rock's almost $1 billion, and then Virginia is $2 billion. On top of that, Google has another $40 billion, OpenAI has another $100 billion in Abilene, Meta's another $2 billion in Fort Worth, Microsoft's almost another $500 million in Castroville. All of these things are heading to Texas. Why are they heading to Texas? We don't have any water. The radio the other day, we're in December. Nobody has grass growing, and y'all are telling us to not water our grass. You know? So all these things are heading to Texas. My second question, where is all this money coming from? Where is it coming from? So you do a little bit of digging into any of these companies. Skybox, Rob Morris that owns Skybox doesn't have hundreds of billions of dollars to throw at this. They're paying y'all 2 to 10 times what that land is worth, not asking for a tax abatement. They have to pay for their infrastructure from AEP. This is a huge amount of money that is coming in all at once. Where is this money coming from that is supposed to come here? It's coming from Vanguard. It's coming from BlackRock. It's coming from State Street. It's coming from JP Morgan. This is your pensions. Our 401ks are paying for this. Where is the return? They have to generate, what is this? They have to generate $1.4 billion a year in rent for this facility here just to break even. And no, we do not get a penny of sales tax from this either. As long as they employ 20 people, 20 people is all they have to employ. They're not going to be high-paying tech jobs. They're going to be janitorial jobs. You're paying 20 people $20 an hour. That's what you're bringing here. Yes, we will get a mad rush of people into San Angelo to build this thing, just like it's happening in Abilene, just like somebody brought up. We're gonna have a boom town for a minute and it's gone.
Thank you. Number 23, Heather.
Sam Leader. Sam? Yeah.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for having me here to speak. I'm actually from Abilene, Texas. So,
State your name.
Sam Gedea, Gedea. Just wanted to come up here to take a minute to speak because I'm actually from Abilene. My kids go to Clyde. We play Grape, Wall Creek, TLCA, travel ball here. Love the city. I sat where most of these citizens are sitting 2 years ago when Abilene got their first data center. It was 300 acres, supposed to be small data center. Now it's up to 1,000 acres, which is, they say 8 buildings, it's actually 4 buildings per pod, so it's 32 buildings. And then it went to phase 9 and phase 10. Last week we voted in for phase 9 and 10 tax abatements. Now we're getting a power plant, a lot of stuff going on. Yes, it is I guess I'm not here to oppose or in favor of y'all's data center. I'm just responsible development. You'll get a bunch of people coming in, developers, to build infrastructure, and they will actually cover a lot more than what they say at first. They will pay for roads, constructions. You actually, instead of the city paying for those, I would ask that y'all talk to them and have them pay for those things. I came in to, I guess, just listen to the comments that your citizens have. I've watched y'all city council members, previous meetings. Y'all do a great job. Y'all ask tons of questions. Your city's growing, it's great. I just want y'all to understand what we're facing there in Abilene. Went from 600 rentals to down to 700 to 70 rentals. People here working at the data center are paying $1,400 a week for Airbnbs. Our property taxes, yes, have they gone up, but it's because of land valuation. There's a lot of things we face. There's a lot of money that it's also brought in. We've been able to, I guess, our DCOA, which is our development corporation, has been able to bring in a new airline, bring in a Bass Pro Shop. a lot of your citizens have questions on the water. We just got how much water our plant's going to use, which is about 11 million gallons a year. There is, I guess, they wonder about the daily usage. It's a closed loop system. There will be some evaporation, but it's about 11 million gallons for a 1,000 square foot campus. They do flush it every 2 to 3 years. That will be cleaned and drained. But there, I guess what else I want to talk about is it's a big impact on the city. And you're going to have RV parks. We got a 2,300 spot RV park that just came up. We just rezoned for another 1,000 RV spot to kind of get some of the housing down in town. We're behind on houses, about 4,000, even though we've built, I don't know how many thousand the past year. But it's a big responsibility. Just make sure that you ask the questions and get the money from them, because they will take a lot. They take everything they can from you. And we get stuck with paying for everything, infrastructure and everything else. So, thank you.
Sam, thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Are you sure? All right. With that, we're going to conclude public comment. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back to the rest. All right? We're going to go in recess for 5 minutes. What's that? Yeah, but God, it's going to be this afternoon. If I could get everyone back to their seats, please. Let's have like a 2-minute warning if I can ever find my counsel again. There they are. Were you calling us? Yeah. Y'all ready? At this point, we'll call the meeting back to order. We're going to start a consent agenda. And as we go through that, I will go down the row asking each council person what items they would like to pull. If we don't, trust me, item N will get pulled as we move through this. So, Hebert, let's start with you. Do you have any items you would like to pull off the consent agenda? Okay. Joe? Councilman Thomas? No. I would like to pull item H. I would also like to pull item J. Patrick?
They've already been pulled, J and N, right?
I have not pulled in. Would you
I
like?
think he said N.
Okay. Got the N. Karen? Got it. Mary?
I had J, just like you.
Okay. So right now, I'll take a motion to approve all consent agenda items except H, J, and N.
So moved.
Second.
I have a first from Tommy, and I'm going to give the second to Karen. Is there any public comment on any of those items?
Not on those items. There is public comment for the items that were not pulled. Jamal Schumpert.
Okay. On which item?
C, D, E, F, G, I, K, L, and M. 3 minutes.
All right, Jamal Shumpert, single member District 3. I try to make this as quick and as digestible for you guys. We have a lot of city farm lease land. I would like to know what that land is being used for, a lot of it. And I also noticed that I asked about creating an orchard one time, and nobody ever got back to me. That's why I'm curious about that city farmland in a park orchard. But also because we got quite a bit of
Okay,
it.
Jamal, we're on item C.
C? Oh, yeah, C. And it's actually C, D, and E.
No, you're going to address each one individually, one at a time, correct, Heather?
He gets 3 minutes to address
All
all
of
items.
them.
So you're going to give him 3 on them. All
Y'all
right.
made the rules, Tom. Y'all changed it.
I was fixing to give you 7 times as much, man. You passed it. That's your mistake, buddy. That's on you. All
You're
right,
right.
you got 3 minutes, buddy. We will start the clock now, all right? Since I interrupted him, we'll start the clock now. Wait a minute, I brought one just, there we go.
All right, well, I'm pretty. It was pretty simple today for these items. The one I really wanted to talk about was, the land zone change. But also, another important thing is we need to treat our good fellow airmen well. The stuff I've learned about in the past, how we shorted them, just cannot happen this time. So I'm in favor of giving that committee money, regardless if we can legally do it or not. I don't think anybody else is going to say anything. No lawyers are going to sue you. It'd be just fine for that. I think it's the right choice. There are servicemen, they risk their lives for us. And I would love for that to be taken very seriously, very seriously. And then we have.
Speaking to Mike, Jamal.
Actually, that was about it. Besides I don't want to get into the character of the people y'all rent and lease our assets to, but maybe we should do some background checks on some of these people. I just Google checked some of these people, and may have happened a long time ago. I'm for redemption and second chances. It seems like the people are redeemed and second chances, but moving forward, I would just like a little more serious background check on some of these people. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamal.
Jamal. That's all.
All right. I have a first from Tommy Hebert. I have a second from Karen Hesse Smith. All those in favor in passing all agenda items except H, J, and N say aye. Any opposed? With none opposed, all those motions carry 7-0. Now we'll move to item H. Consider a resolution accepting the donation of funds from Back the Badge for the purchase of equipment for training for the San Angelo Police Department. Chief Griffith, please come forward.
Good morning, Council, Mayor. Appreciate y'all guys. I know it's a interesting day today, but I did want to take a moment to thank all the committee members of Back the Badge. It's been a long-term support to local law enforcement, the Tom Green County Sheriff's Department and the San Angelo Police Department. We split that money. It's a claybird shoot that they do every year, and we would like to accept the money that they've donated this year. I can't say enough about the wonderful people on that board that they do a lot of their own time to help raise money for the things that we can't afford. And I'll just be honest. I mean, there's a lot of things that we can't afford in our department based off of our tax base. And so this is a wonderful opportunity for us to say thank you to those people who do that. So March 28th is the next Back the Badge. If you want to come out, you like claybird shooting, come on out. And Patrick, I'll challenge you to see if I'll shoot you.
All right. Does anybody have any additional questions on item H? Well, none. Can I get a motion? I have a first from Harry Thomas and a second from Tommy Hebert. I swapped that, but anyway. Any public comment further on H? With that, I'll look for a motion. All those in favor of H say aye. Any opposed? Item H passes 7-0.
Mayor, may I have one last word? You give the ability, you set the rules of what Jamal said.
So are we going to recognize someone right quick?
I just want to say thank you to the public. Yesterday, we had an event, and I can't tell you how many people reached out to our department, whether it be through Facebook,
Chief,
on the phone.
I'm sorry, this isn't related to the agenda item, is it?
It's really just a
Yeah, I don't think it'd be
equipment we
appropriate.
buy. I don't know. Okay.
Sorry, Greg.
Thank you.
Brandon, thank you. All right, now we'll move over. So item H passed 7-0. Now we'll move to item J. Consider ratifying a COSA DC resolution authorizing the board president to negotiate and execute an economic development agreement with the San Angelo Chamber of Commerce in the amount not to exceed $75,000 for promoting and supporting Goodfellow Air Force Base in continuing or enhancing its mission, a project authorized under Section 501.104 of the Texas Local Government Code. Ryan, you're on.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, Mr. Valenzuela. My name is Ryan Gaddy. I'm the Economic Development Director, and what questions may I answer
Could you kind of give us a little bit of the purpose of this 75,000, what it's going to be used for in relationship to how we work with Goodfellow?
Okay. The Texas Local Government Code, Section 501-104, does allow the economic development funds to be used to retain and promote local bases. And so that's the kind of the background for this particular item. We all know how important Goodfellow Air Force Base is to our local economy, and this money will be used to promote the advancement and the continued retention of that facility for the city of San Angelo. It will also be used to create events that will be made for the airmen, and it will allow us to continue an organized committee that addresses the needs for the Goodfellow Air Force Base.
Ryan, I think it's one of the most important things as far as personnel and people that we have, constituents in the city, is Goodfellow Air Force Base. I just think it needed to be brought up that this is to continue their welcome and how we manage how we get here and how we manage where Goodfellow goes with San Angelo in the future. Thank you.
Absolutely.
With that, I'll make a motion to approve. Can I get a
some
second?
questions on that.
Do you have questions?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Ryan, this is, I believe, the first time that COSA DC has approached for this amount of money for military affairs, correct?
I'm not sure, but I know that the city has supported Goodfellow.
Well, the city has, but I'm talking about for this specific deal. This is the first time that ask has come about. And believe me, I come from a military family. I am in no way trying to take anything away from Goodfellow, and I think we ought to support it every chance we get in many, many ways. Because this is so new and there are a lot of new developments in all of it, I would like to, instead of, this is what everyday citizens have to do, we have to kind of budget what we can do, and we have to kind of look at it month to month. We always can't just write a $75,000 check, daily. I'm more interested in what you have planned for this, since this is a first-time deal for this particular part. And I would prefer to look at this, take a harder look at this, and maybe before we just spend $75,000 and say, go forth and prosper and do all the good things that you always do, I would like to entertain any specific invoices that you have that pertain just to that. Can we do a pay-as-we-go? And with that, I would like to table this so that we could get all of us together, and it may be that you need more, or what can we do to enhance the best part of San Angelo, which is this base. So I would like to table this so that we could have greater conversation.
The one thing I'd like to point out is that the agreements that the Economic Development Corporation produces are incentive-based, and those incentive-based agreements are written and structured such that they are on a reimbursement basis. So if once a particular project is completed, the chamber would come to us and we would reimburse them for the actual expenses. So we're not just putting $75,000 out there and not tracking where it's going to be spent. We track all of our projects very carefully because that's what the law requires.
Okay, so this is...
Well, and I would just add to that, the law also requires that we have a recapture provision in that agreement so that anything that we have paid, and then if we later audit it and find that it wasn't consistent with the project requirements, we can contractually get that money back under the local government code. So that is watched very carefully, and it's included in those agreements.
Okay, so that we wouldn't be writing a $75,000 check and just say this is all for military affairs, and then we could go our merry way, because I would like, we have a lot of accountability.
Correct.
Not just with you, but we've got, it requires a double look on everything while we're being as astute as we possibly can on every item. So,
And
Mayor,
that's
I would still like to table this. And so what is the protocol on that?
Well, if that's a motion, then you need a second to.
Well, so I've already made a preliminary motion and then stopped to approve when I made my statement a while ago. Then she brought back, she wants to bring up. So at this point, we've got, would you say, 2 opposing motions on the floor?
I'd say ask for a second on the first motion and see where that goes unless the council.
Well, I mean, you pulled it before, I mean, I too wanted to pull J, and you started going through it before I could get my hand raised on it, so I would just like more discussion on this.
So we have a motion on the floor, Mayor?
I have a motion on the floor to approve as presented, and I understand the safeguards and follow-up and clawbacks that are associated with it. I think Mary got some questions answered there, that it just wasn't an open check. My motion still stands to approve as presented.
I second that motion.
So I have a first from me and a second from Harry Thomas.
Can I make a quick comment on it?
Sure.
Ryan, maybe we'll know, and I can't remember back far enough. So we gave the chamber already a raise this year. Was that specified for any of this? Are we double dipping on this at all?
No, that
Was these two
that was
completely
for their economic development efforts in support of the city.
And when they brought that, it had nothing to do with military affairs on, say, we need this money and some of it's going to go to that?
That's correct.
Okay.
This is in addition to.
Gotcha. Anybody else? Did I miss anybody else? So I have a first from me and a second from Harry Thomas. Is there any public comment on this item? All right, so with that, we'll take a vote. All in favor of item J as written, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Item passes 4-3. Thank you, Ryan. All right, now we're going to move to agenda item N. We're going to handle this one a little bit different. As the item is read, we'll discuss it. There's going to be some presentation on it. We will not make the motion until all public comment is heard. All right, so we're going to move, I want everybody to understand, we're not going to move to take a vote until all the public comment is complete, which is a little different how we normally do it. We have a lot of people here that want to provide input. So anyway, with that, item N, second reading and public hearing of ordinances for number 1, Z25-24, a request to rezone from the Ranch and Estate zoning district to the light manufacturing zoning district, and item 2, CP25-02, a request to amend the comprehensive plan to industrial for 345.27 acres south of the intersection of North US Highway 67 and Harriet Road. Presentation made by Planning and Development Services Director Aaron Vanoy.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. Thank you, Mr. Valenzuela. Aaron Vanoy, Planning and Development Services Director. And we're going to walk through our case that is a zoning case number 25-24 and comprehensive plan number 25-01 for this property along US Highway 67. Here's our typical slide that you see. The property here is outlined in red. You see that is 345 acres, just over that, just slightly over that. When we did the annexation out to this area, the neighborhood of Paul Ann encompasses that area now. The SMD district, Mr. Patrick Keeley, also expanded out to this area, and it came in with the automatic zoning per ordinance as ranch and estate. At the time that this came in, our ETJ was just to the east of this, but this area had not been evaluated for a vision plan or comprehensive plan, and so we're doing that today. The request is from the City of San Angelo for approval of a zone change to light manufacturing and a comprehensive plan to industrial, and that is from the ranch and estate zoning currently. So before we get into the zoning, I want to go through basically how did we get to this place and what our standard development processes are. And these are standard for almost any city you go to within the state of Texas. So you see that we did annex the property back in March of 2025. Well, annexation comes in with an automatic zoning of ranch and estate. If we or the property owner, if there was a different property owner, wanted to change things, they would come forward with a zoning request. A zoning request does not need to know or required to know what is the development that is coming forward specifically at that time. Zoning is for generally what is the land use going to be and how is it going to be used. So we are at this step right now. You see there's other steps to go through the development process, which is separate from the economic development process of trying to procure some company to come to our town. This is the development process. This is the nuts and bolts of how we make the site viable for whatever type of development comes forward. So the next step, even for us to continue to sell the land as a city, is the platting process, the subdivision process, which is regulated by the state, regulated through our local land development and subdivision ordinance. That is where we as a city are able to obtain our infrastructure. Our infrastructure being water, sewer, drainage, public streets and right-of-way. Where do they go on this piece of property? How does it fit in with our master thoroughfare plan? How does it connect to our current infrastructure? And who is responsible for those things? As we all know, developers pay for those things. We know that in our housing that we see all the time. Developers pay for those things. So that's the expectation. Next would be the site development. When they actually have their site laid out, ready to apply for a site plan through our zoning ordinance, section 205, how is that site laid out? That is also an opportunity for the development team to evaluate from engineering services, from fire marshal, from building permits, from health, from planning. Does their site meet our ordinances? Does it comply with our ordinances? At that site development, based on if this was a data center and if it was over 25,000 square feet, there are things that are triggered in the zoning ordinance that give additional protections to the community that the city is going to say you must have landscaping, you must have buffering, you must do certain things to make this property work for the community. And then after that site development and everything gets approved, then you move into building permits and a certificate of occupancy. And so there is this additional process to continue to go through. So that's just the basics of our development processes, whether you're this property or any other property. We start with zoning. Are they zoned appropriately? Then we go into, are they platted appropriately? Are they into the site development and so forth? So any project that came forward for this land or any other blank land would go through the same process. So now I'm going to walk through our zoning ordinance and its guidelines to give me, the Planning and Development Services Director, the ability to come forward with a zoning recommendation back to the Planning Commission, who then ultimately gives you guys a recommendation to look at properties in our community. We have purpose statements, and they are very intentional, and they were adopted by the elected officials. This is section 104, and it talks about the beneficial and appropriate development of all land and the most desirable use of land in accordance with a well-considered plan. And that's our comprehensive plan and our zoning ordinance plans. Protect the character and the established pattern of desired development in each area. Prevent or minimize land use incompatibilities and conflicts among different land uses. Maintain property values by stabilizing expectations and ensuring predictability in development. Establish a process that is effectively and fairly applies the regulations and standards of this zoning ordinance and respects the rights of property owners and the interests of citizens. And so it's fair and open. That is what planning is all about, fair and open and transparency. The very next section talks about new land that's coming in. How do we allocate activity? Allocating each major type of activity to allow sufficient space. So number one is very important to us, that we are realistically estimating the maximum population what the city may have in the foreseeable future over the land available for residential purposes, providing light, air, and usable open space. And then there's that word and. So number two is also just as important, to encourage economic activities for the health and well-being of the city. And so the health and well-being of the city is not only our physical health, our mental health, but it's also our financial health, our fiscal stewardship, or how we are helping our entire community as a whole. And that is embedded within our zoning ordinance. So how do I go through and look at our zoning ordinance to come to a decision of land to say, we think this part of town, this is a appropriate zoning district? So I go through the development review in Article 2. I go through Article 3 and look at the use regulations, the land use regulations. And I'm scanning through and I look at Article 3, Section 304 for manufacturing and industrial district intent statements. So what is in there that tells me this might be the right place? And all of it is about place and location. So this is one of our maps from our GIS. You see the subject property up here on the far top. You see the AEP substation there. That is why they're interested, or anybody might be interested in this property, is it's close to an electrical substation that can provide a high amount of power. Now we go back towards the city down 67 or Old Ballinger Highway or Loop 306. We have our rail port, we have our landfill, we have beef processing, we have major steel manufacturing there, we have Ethicon, we have our industrial campus there, we have our jail system, we have a material processing facility there that processes materials. So you see there's lots of other industrial type facilities on this part of our community. We have another facility down here that's lamb processing, and then of course we have our own facility, a city-owned facility for wastewater treatment and stuff in that area. And so we as planners look at how is the land being used today and what do we believe in the future, whether that's 10 years, 20 years, 50 years down the road. We know this is going to be an economic corridor for the city. We know projected in the future, these roads right here in somewhere in this area is going to be the connection of our future interstates that are going to come through and come down through the side of our city. So we need to be ahead of that curve to zone land appropriately that we have the ability to do so that we are looking ahead. So again, location is very, very important. You have 277 coming in there, 67 right there. You have the loop that connects right here. You have lots of things there that are very important. You'll also notice that I did from the closest corner of this property to the closest fully developed housing area in Pauline, which is a planned development there for a mobile home place, and it's approximately 3.6 miles. And that's a significant distance. If you turn that arrow around, you would reach almost ASU from the same point, and that's significant. And so we know that we have a lot of things within this corridor of town that are industrial, and we do believe that they're moving that way in the future. Here's a couple of site photos. This is just off the Dirt County Road looking west. So this is just the mesquite pasture here that you're seeing west. This is off of City Farm Road. You can see the transmission lines there. It's very hard to see, but there's a little dot right there. That's the water tower at Goodfellow Air Force Base. It's very difficult to see on that picture, but Cotton and looking off of City Farm Road to the west. So when I go to Section 304, Manufacturing and Industrial District Intent Statements, I have three options as a director to bring forward to Planning Commission of what we could choose. We have office warehouse, light manufacturing, or heavy manufacturing. While we're looking at data storage and warehousing might make sense, we felt like as city staff and talking to other communities and other Texas American Planning Association members, warehouse doesn't give us in our zoning ordinance enough protections for our community. We wanted to take that up a step. We also looked at, all right, does it fit heavy manufacturing? Well, there's a couple of things in there that are important to say, all right, does it hit that threshold? Because one of our things that we do out here in West Texas very well, and in Texas in general, is we don't want to over-regulate. We want to do the right regulation that we can that protects the citizens, the land, and still allows economic development and businesses to come in. So I chose, the light manufacturing district is intended to provide opportunities for business in the processing, manufacturing, storage, and service industries, each of which are characterized by a relatively low degree of nuisance and adverse impact on the neighboring property. So there's been some discussion out in the community about what about a planned development? Well, our ordinance is very specific about a planned development and when you probably should use it and when you may not want to use it. So Article 3, Section 306, we looked at that and discussed that internally often with city staff. The key things that we looked at is it says allows for a diversification of uses. We don't believe this 345 acres at this time is going to have a diversification of uses. It's going to have one land use, and that's light manufacturing. While it may have multiple structures, they're still under the same land use. We know that we are going to be looking at open spaces and promote a flexibility of design through our Northeast master plan that's underway, that is being considered for that entire area, that we are looking at open spaces and flexibility in design. The other thing is it's intended for the PD district to conform as closely as possible to established zoning and subdivision regulations. So that means we need to follow our regulations, not create something new. And looking at our regulations, and we'll get to that in just a minute about noise and other types of nuisances, we believe and strongly believe we have the ordinance to protect our citizens, and we'll go through that in just a few minutes. While a PD can control how the site looks, it cannot control public roadways. It cannot control water usage. It cannot control those things. It can only control zoning aspects. And we have to make sure that we staff are not creating new regulations, legislations that our elected officials have not looked at. And so we're very cognizant of that. So under Article 4, Section 417, manufacturing and production. These are some tenets, there's 6 of them, and we'll get to the second slide in just a minute, that they must follow because of the zoning designation. And we check these at our site development stage. What are they doing? How many buildings? What's the equipment like? Where are they placing it? Those things. Talks about no vibration shall be produced which is transmitted through the ground or at any point beyond the lot line. And that lot line is very, very important because they should not be transmitting things past their property, period. We asked them to test that. We asked them to verify that. That's what the site development plan is all about. All noise shall be muffled so as not to be objectionable due to intermittence, beat, frequency, or shrillness. And I'll get more to that in a little more specificity in just a few moments. Visible emissions of air pollutants of any kind at ground level past the lot line on which the source of emission is located are prohibited. These are the next 3 right down here. No person shall cause or permit any materials be handled, transported, or stored in such a manner which allows or may allow particulate matter to become airborne. There should be no emission or transmission of heat or heated air so as to be discernible from the lot line. Any condition or operation which results in the creation of odors such as intensity or character as to unreasonably interfere with the comfort of the public shall be removed, stopped, or modified so as to remove the odor. Those 6 items allow us through the light manufacturing to hold them to those standards so that it does not go one past the lot line and is not objectionable to other adjacent properties. And there's multiple ways to do that, whether that's they create buffering, whether it's through site design and they make sure that whether it's generators or other things are in the middle of this 345 acres. And we're not at that stage yet. So we don't know exactly what they're going to bring forward. So I went through my analysis, so did the staff. We know that this is a 345 acre tract out of newly annexed area. It's mostly vacant farm and ranch land. There is some cultivated land. There are a few houses in the county, but this is all land owned by the city coming back to the east for the majority of it. It did come in as ranch and estate. It did not have a comprehensive plan designation at that time. The area is anticipated to move towards industrial type land uses, including a potential data center. Isolation from other development lends itself towards manufacturing. If we were to have manufacturing in our community, we would want that isolated and protected from neighborhoods the best we can. The connection between the railport, future interstate, agriculture, current industrial park were all considered as this area continues to move to heavier land uses in the future. So again, noise is regulated through light manufacturing zoning district. Within our ordinance, we have a precedent in section 423 that the precedent is 55 decibels at the property line between residential and other zoning districts. And so that's what we've talked with internally, and that is the standard that we're going to hold, is that we're going to hold it at 55 decibels at the property line. If it's higher than that, then they need to make modifications, whether that by moving things on site, sound buffering, whatever those things may be. Circulation of traffic, the public way, that comes in planning. That is what we evaluated planning. And we also have partners of TxDOT and the county to consider in that area. How are we going to work with them on circulation of traffic? And then on the site, we go through section 205, our site plan, the process that goes through that. And again, we talk about compared to a planned development or straight zoning, we don't want to create something again that we already have in our ordinance. We already have those things. And I mentioned at the very beginning about an urban design review. Well, section 204 talks about the triggers for an urban design review. So if a structure that comes in that's over 25,000 square feet, it allows staff to require buffer zones, landscaping, open space, looks at traffic congestion on the site, light spillover, noise, and other elements. And that is at the site plan stage. We don't know that until they present to us, here's our site plan, here's the size of our buildings. Then we're able to do that. We also know that we have our Northeast Master Plan study in progress for this area that is working on developing design guidelines for the technology area, potentially an overlay district for this area that may have additional requirements that come through. At this point through our analysis, I believe, a planned development would be an overuse of the zoning ordinance. We already have the regulations there. There would not be something new we would put into a planned development, because if we put something new in, that means I believe I'm creating legislation that you guys have not seen yet. And I don't think that is fair to the developer, that's not fair to citizens, and that's not fair to council. And we are required to provide predictability for everyone. Light manufacturing is the best land use at this time for the subject property, as other factors which may come up will be reviewed to meet the light manufacturing district. If something comes up through any one of those processes that are still going, and we have determined through planning that light manufacturing still does not fit for the type of project they're bringing forward, then we might have to come back with a special use, or we might come back with a planned development, depending on what types of things they're doing, because then we need to talk about that again as a community. We need to go through the 3 public meeting process at Planning Commission, twice at City Council, the notices to 200 feet, so that we can have that public transparency process. A couple of more site photos. Again, this is from 67, looking south. You can see the AEP station there. You can kind of see some of the lines going there. Not a whole lot to look at there at the moment. Here at that same county road, the subject property is here on the left side. You can see the overhead lines that are going across the property there, and you can see the white buildings in the back. That to me is, as I visited the site multiple times, significant in the consideration of zoning within our city and what is adjacent. So directly adjacent is Walmart Tank. They're not under city regulation. Our zoning does not go out there, and our comprehensive plan does not go out there. So they are under no city regulations at all. They're approximately 12 acres. They do have some 3-story structures. And they also do welding, sandblasting, and industrial paint. All of those things fit into a heavy manufacturing zoning category for us. And they're directly adjacent. It's hard to see on this screen, but right here is the end of our subject property that we are rezoning. And so that's important. And you kind of look at this overhead. They have lots of activity going on there. we actually get to regulate what's going on our property. And through light manufacturing, we believe we have the ability to address many of the concerns. One concern, before I get to my recommendation, has been brought up, and it talks about the Texas Vested Rights Act. Basically, as cities go through the development process, once a developer applicant comes forward with an application, it vests their rights that we don't have the ability to add on more requirements. That's why we believe our light manufacturing already has the requirements in our zoning ordinance that we're not going to come back and add on additional requirements. Our site plan is already there in our zoning ordinance. It's going to tell us exactly what we can do. Same thing with our urban design review. It tells us what we can do. We're not adding anything. And we have a standard procedure, standard policy, call it what you want. We do not accept applications for plats, permits, or other things until they're actually complete and ready to move forward because of this act. We do that day in, day out. That's our completeness check with our staff that does that. And so we don't have, what I'm trying to say is, when the application's ready, it will come forward and we will check it to see if it's complete to start moving forward. But they still have to meet our zoning ordinance that we have presented. With that, I want to say that city staff recommend approval of the zone change from ranch and estate to light manufacturing and a comprehensive plan amendment to industrial located for the 345.27 acres south of the intersection of US Highway 67 and Harriet Road. This did go to our planning commission in November. They did recommend approval with a 6-0 vote. And again, y'all did hear this in December and y'all did vote unanimously at that time to approve. With that, I would turn it back to you, Mayor. I'll be happy to answer any questions from you.
Absolutely no. Number one, Aaron, thank you for your time. Thank you for all the efforts you put into this. As we look at this, we look at a potential, and nobody's talked much about the economic impact this may have as far as the dollar value. I've heard lots of different numbers brought up. The revenue and the opportunities to increase our infrastructure, if this is zoned properly, and we continue to meet all these benchmarks and questions we've asked, can change the direction of our city. The revenue provided, I think, off of this land, off this zoning, if you just multiply the billions, the value of it, and you take a 754, actually doubles the property tax revenue of the city of San Angelo. For us to get this potential revenue, our city would have to double in size. We would also carry all the infrastructure burden of that. This is an opportunity to look at how we can safely, securely manage our future with very good oversight on how this moves forward. I have seen a lot of information. We've heard a lot of information today. I think there's a lot of information out there that's right. There's a lot of information out there that's very incorrect. And when you try to put those facts and boil it down to just calling balls and strikes, we have something that's nearly 4 miles outside of town. It's 3.5. Plenty familiar with the property. Been on it probably over 100 times in the past couple of years. Know people, I know homeowners around it. The amount of public comment has been made on this is almost how every item should be. You kind of get excited when your town gets involved, all right? It's painful when your town doesn't get involved. It's good input when it comes forward. I'll go back to a statement I made the past week. There's probably no more single, least invasive way to generate as much economic impact as this right here. Should this stop and not move forward, it's much like building a house. If you can't get your property zoned to build a house, it doesn't go any further. The people that would be interested in this property would move a different direction, and we would fall many years behind. All right. We're going to give everybody up here on the dais a chance to ask you questions. I do want to point out that any communication between somebody on the dais electronically and in the audience is illegal, public comment. All right. So Just want to make sure we're all clear on that. We will speak one at a time up here. We'll ask permission. I don't want anybody to speak over top of anybody. There doesn't need to be any conversation up here between council people. We need to be very respectful of who's in the audience, who comes forward. We'll take our motions. When we move to public comment will be granted 3 minutes, all right, per person. You cannot assign your public comment to anybody else. We've had several discussions on what's legal here, but I just want everybody to know the rules. And a person is only allowed one time for public comment. With that, I'll start up here on the dais. I'll start with you, Tommy, and we'll work our way all the way across. Do you have any questions?
I have a couple, Mayor, thank you. Aaron, thanks for a thorough presentation, appreciate that. I'm not yet operating under the assumption that a data center is coming. I'm just not there yet. My question initially for you is, we zone this light manufacturing. What other things will fit into the light manufacturing zoning classification that would be available or would have the right, by right, to come into that light manufacturing classification?
Yeah, so I refer back to this slide that's got the direct intent statements out of our zoning ordinance, section 304. And you kind of look at the difference between light manufacturing and heavy manufacturing there. And you talk about processing. So processing some type of good out to our community, other communities, things like that. Manufacturing, and so manufacturing of what? Are you fabricating? Are you making widgets? What are you doing to manufacture things? Is it heavy storage of some kind? Is it a service industry that comes through? And again, it comes which are characterized by a low degree of nuisance or adverse impact to the neighboring properties. So it has to stay on those property lines are important. Again, this is 345 acres. So if it's something that they're even still doing manufacturing, processing, storage, service industries, but they are inherently noxious, they are dangerous due to chemicals or processes involved. They're going to have some type of potential illicit discharge that is harmful to the environment. They would have to go to a heavy manufacturing district. And so there's lots of industries that fit in that. And that's why I say zoning is general. It's not specific of you have an automobile sales and you can only fit here. There's a range of how that works based on size and intensity and usage. And so that is where we look at our zoning ordinance has been adopted by our council. Where do these things fit?
Did I understand you accurately and correctly that there is, in light manufacturing specifically, there is a limit on the decibel level of 55? Where did...
In our zoning ordinance, there is a limit of decibel of 55 decibels at the property line. It actually refers back to commercial districts that have outdoor seating. We anticipate utilizing that is that if you've got a commercial district that can only be 55 decibels, it makes sense that an industrial site could not be higher than 55 decibels at the property line.
I just pulled up something that is 55 decibels. If the Googler's right, it says a quiet office, a humming refrigerator, an electric toothbrush, a coffee machine, or normal conversation is no more than 55 decibels. So
that's a significant threshold.
That is a significant threshold.
Yes.
So to be able to hold a business to that is, I would say, a very significant threshold.
And I believe that's the advantage of having 345 acres, so they have space to design and ensure protections for the neighboring properties in our community if this is what comes forward for this piece of property.
Mayor, for now, that's all I have. I'll let others have
Fine,
questions.
Let's move down the dais. Joe?
Can you pull up the map? Shows the zoning. So where is the old Martiford facility? It's AFCO Steel now.
That is right here.
Okay, what is that zoned?
That is zoned heavy manufacturing based on the types of things that they do there.
And they build steel tanks, things like
Yes.
that, correct? Okay. There is a steel tank manufacturing place just north of this property we're looking at, correct?
That is correct.
But it's outside our boundaries, so we cannot regulate it, correct?
That's correct.
Anything outside to the right or east of that, we cannot regulate, correct?
Correct. Anything that's outside of our city limits, zoning does not reach outside the city limits.
Okay. I wanted to make sure I'm thinking correctly, that, you know, we have a facility that we can't regulate, but yet we have a very bigger, similar facility inside our simulate that we do regulate. And so we want to make sure we are able to do that we take care of the citizens and move in a productive business manner as well. So,
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Barry?
Well, I probably don't have a whole lot since I've looked at this plan that Aaron put together. We'll say this, Aaron, you and your staff did an outstanding job of putting all this stuff together. So I think the citizens should appreciate the fact is that we're doing due diligence about how our ordinances are already written and what we're going to do here. I do appreciate Tommy's comment about 55 decibels because I think that's appropriate. I've seen some information out there that people have posted on Facebook that are concerned about the noise, and certainly 55 decibels is pretty low. It's not like around an airport, so we don't have to worry about that. Again, I think this, and the mayor said it earlier, I think this is the one project that could probably help give some tax relief to the citizens of San Angelo while allowing us to keep the services we've got and maybe even expand on some of those. So, thank you.
Daniel?
Well, yeah, one of the big issues, of course, we keep hearing it is that noise as well. And I do want to expand on that. And that's on the 55 decibels on the property line. I mean, beyond that, then the decibel level actually drops off. So the further away that you are from the actual, if it's a data center that's actually built there, the 55 decibel level, the further you get away from that, that decibel level actually drops off, could drop off significantly, right? We're talking about 3.5 miles away as far as that one mobile home area, then the noise level really then will actually drop off. So I just really want to point that out. And also, the work that you did on this, Aaron, is highly appreciated. Again, we are very concerned about the citizens, everything that I heard today, everyone coming up here. We want to make sure we do everything we possibly can, to protect those areas. And what you're doing here with light manufacturer and explaining how those conditions can be addressed, sincerely appreciate that. So thank you, Aaron.
Good morning, Aaron.
Good morning.
Looking at your picture there, since you've got it pulled up, the rest of that, what would be LM color there right in the middle?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you, Patrick. I apologize.
So right in the middle of your picture there, that what looks like it's LM color outside of the red box?
Yes, here?
That is, no, higher.
Here.
Yep, the green color to the northeast. It is not correctly zoned that way, correct? It is still ranch and estate?
That is correct.
Okay, so that is not what we are looking at today, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, we are just looking at the red box in the northeast.
Correct.
With any zoning in town, like in residential areas, when we have some duplexes, apartments, small businesses, when you look at that, you look at the kind of the surrounding areas and say, does this fit in this area? Have you done the same here?
We believe we have. We looked extensively. Of course, we have county land here and county land along this area. This is county land as well. But we also looked at what are those land uses being used for. So we do have this AEP substation. We have major transmission lines. We know we're going to have an interstate coming through this area to connect to those roads in the future. We know we have a heavy manufacturing site up here. And so to lend something that's on 345 acres and utilizing our zoning ordinance and our comprehensive plan designation of industrial, what are the protections we can do to protect those? And that's why we chose light manufacturing, because it talks a lot about at the property line. Do not let things go past the property line. So those things that can become nuisances to adjacent properties. And so that's why we evaluated those lands. While yes, there's a lot of ranch and estate things there, not necessarily developed yet. In the next 30 years, we believe that area is going to continue to develop in an industrial area because of our potential for our interstate, our rail port, and things like that that continue to take off for our community, and this being an economic driver for us. And that impacts our zoning, designation, and decision-making process.
Okay. In your site plan and things like that, so although we have no control over what's in the county, can we put in that site plan, can we make sure that there is the same buffer that's towards us, there's also the same buffer towards residents in the county?
Yes, we would look at that, and we would look at that entire property that, whatever the site that comes in, if it triggers our urban design review, as it triggers certain things, we would look at what type of buffering comes in. We also have our Northeast Master Plan study that's looking at open spaces, buffering, design for that entire area. And so as that comes through, and if that gets through and adopted by council, if those are rules for this area, we anticipate that yes, along this line here, there would be buffering for that property.
Okay. Would light manufacturing, would it allow any power generation behind the meter? I don't know if, are you familiar with that?
Well, so you're saying if
so
they
say-
have generators and what types of generators that they may do?
Along
Is it
those lines,
solar?
would they be allowed to put in a gas power station, nuclear power station, things like that? Would they be allowed to have their own power generation besides a backup generator?
I think besides a backup generator, if they came through with a different large-scale power plant for that site, that would be further and beyond what the light manufacturing district would allow. I believe at that point, then you get to, and I was trying to remember if it's this way, I think you may get into this area that we may need to either come forward with a special use, a planned development, or rezone to heavy manufacturing at that point, because you're producing energy. Maybe it's just for that site, but you're doing things that may be inherently noxious or dangerous due to what they're doing on site. We don't have that anticipation yet, but anything that's built brand new, say if you're coming through with a new power plant, that has to go through a development process that may say, that gets evaluated through the zoning, the planning department, that doesn't fit. We need to do something back here at zoning to let you move forward.
If they don't abide by, say, the decibel limit, what recourse do we have?
Well, our recourse is just like anybody else that doesn't abide, is going through our code enforcement. Now, our intent, as new things are built, we go through and evaluate those things as new things are built. 5 years down the road, somebody makes a complaint where they're going to go and investigate it and look into it. And that's when we start working with the business owners to say, we have an issue here, you have a potential violation, how are they going to remedy it? And then we go through the process. Just like if we had high weeds and grass, it's the same process for industrial sites as well.
In your expert opinion, I mean, you are the expert on the planning and zoning, especially, at least for myself. Does this give us, the council that represents our districts, does this give us adequate control over something like a data center to make sure that it is done in the best interest of our citizens?
I believe it does. I believe our zoning ordinance is very strong in the light manufacturing area. It gives us those things that we are concerned about for this site. We have other steps in the process that helps protect our city with infrastructure, water, sewer, streets, drainage. For the zoning aspect, I believe this gives us the highest and best protections for our community.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
I want to freeze here a minute. Patrick, your district is closest to this, and this will fall in. Do you think what you've seen and heard from Aaron conveys that we'll answer a lot of the questions? You and I get a lot of same, we get copied on the same emails. Somebody just can't buy this property and go rogue. I mean, we haven't even sold the property yet, but we have to get it zoned properly to continue.
Correct.
Are you confident in that? I mean, from what I've seen, I don't think somebody can buy this property and go rogue. and we'll just call it what it is. There's so much regulation is going to be on this from us all the way through to TCEQ. Do you think what you've seen answers Districts 4's constituents' questions about zoning?
Personally, yes. I think most of what I've been asked, I have at least had an adequate response from planning or whoever to say, no, that is something that we will have control over, whether it's in this step or whether it's the economic development side, to protect us. I personally have faith that we have the ability to do that.
Cool.
Mayor, I'd just like to add to that on the restrictions for the use. So the way this property is being sold, normally we'd have to go through a notice and bidding process to do that. And if you go through that process, then it's sold and there's no restrictions. But we're selling it under a provision that requires a 380 agreement. And in that agreement, we can place restrictions. And in the deed to the property, it can include restrictions for data center use. So stuff about nuclear power, I mean, I think it could be limited through that avenue as well.
Well, thank you for that, Brandon. Karen, next.
Thank you, Mayor. I have something of a planning background, and I would like to reveal that I have been a very tough customer to sell on this for many of the reasons that the public has brought forward today. But I am gratified by the work that Aaron and his team have done, and I am sufficiently reassured to be changing my opinion about the possibilities that this could bring for our community. I'd like to begin my questions with Brandon and ask him to further explain what a 380 agreement is to those gathered and how that might offer additional protections for us.
So a 380 agreement is refers to Chapter 380 in the code, where a city can, normally a city can't give its private funds or resources to a private party for their beneficial use. And a 380 in economic development situations will allow that, but it also requires certain restrictions, including an agreement that places restrictions. And so when we talk about the water infrastructure that may be required and the sale of this property, those are all the components of a 380 agreement that will be addressed. Now, I mean, that hasn't been completed in this yet. But those are the types of things that the statute contemplates being addressed.
Thank you. Should we, in fact, arrive at a moment where we have indeed agreed to allow the building of a data center here, for those that have been worried about specific sorts of impacts on the environment, to get a little bit esoteric, is there EMF shielding in their design we know of?
I have not seen a design for the site, just what we've talked about as far as coming forward with the types of land uses. So I have not seen any design as of yet for this site. So I don't have any information on that.
Are those the sorts of questions that would be included as we go forward?
Yes, we would include those during the site discussion, because we asked for all the documentation for those items, and so that can be a health and safety issue for our first responders. Sure. And so they ask for those types of documents up front so they can evaluate them to see how it's going to impact their services coming to the site.
Okay. So during public comment, I don't recall exactly who brought it up, but there was a significant discrepancy in what the general public seemed to believe water use would be and this other person's contribution. It might have been Michael Looney who spoke about it being in the thousands of gallons, not in the millions of gallons. Is there anyone here that can speak to that and clarify for us, please?
Brandon, are we okay to really address
I only asked because it was brought up, so.
Yeah, I mean, the water-related issues that was brought up during the general public comment, I mean, this really needs to be tied to zoning.
And Brandon, you might want to go over a second reading and what the purpose and what can and cannot be discussed in the second reading, just to keep it on the zoning, if you don't mind making a brief comment.
Yeah, so in order to pass an ordinance, which this zoning and the comprehensive plan amendment is, it requires 2 readings of council. Normally, a second reading would be on consent and not subject to a full presentation, but it was pulled because of the public comment that's been generated, and so it requires another vote, and it needs to be tied to zoning because that's what's been posted on regular agenda. As a governmental body, we're subject to open meetings, so we can't have deliberations on items that haven't been posted. And so that's why we'd request that public comments relate to the zoning case and comprehensive plan case.
Cool. Thank you, Brandon. Karen, go ahead.
Corrected. Thank you, and thank you for clarifying. That's it for me, I think.
Mary?
Thank you, Aaron, for putting this together. I know it took a lot of time, effort, and an extreme amount of thought. I first want to thank the public as they've put forth their questions with the zoning. Most of your questions are the same ones that we're asking. We are still in the due diligence phase, and we learn something new every day. So just because you ask a question and we're not able to give you that answer does not mean it's a lack of transparency. It just means that we're still learning as we go. And believe me, the citizens are the first ones to know. Sometimes you might forget that we too are citizens. So this is going to affect all of us, and that's why we do appreciate your questions, and I am delighted to see so much active involvement with the citizens. That's very, very encouraging. So, and as these questions that are asked by the citizens, believe me, those are part of this discussion as we go forward in this site development. We can't get over our skis, but we're trying diligently to stay on top of this. It's going to be regulated to death as far as the ordinances and the teeth that we have in there. I just have a few things I want to clarify. Brandon, so with the restrictions that come in this type of zoning, on the 380, you're saying we can add additional restrictions to that if this were to be sold as a data center?
Yes, so through that 380 agreement, now that comment, and we probably shouldn't have a broad discussion on the 380 agreement, but I was mentioning in addition to restrictions through zoning, that is another possibility.
Okay, so it's not like this is a one and done. We've got teeth in every aspect of it. Using Walmart Tank as an example, that's in heavy industrial, but okay. Yeah, okay, all right.
Heavy manufacturing, yes, ma'am.
So let's say Walmart wanted to open a second site. They couldn't do that in this ranch and estate, right? Say they just wanted to open a place to store their supplies and all that sort of thing, right?
That's correct. That wouldn't be an appropriate zoning for that type of storage.
Okay, so that type of storage or anything else could qualify to be in that zone, correct?
Not in the ranch and estate, and then.
But in the light manufacturing, okay. This is not nearly as invasive land-wise as it is with solar and wind. Is that?
I would say their footprint may be smaller.
Okay.
But
and I'm trying not to get into all this discussion. I'm just trying to clarify some things in my mind. Now, what happened if this data center doesn't go through in the city? Let's say they want to build down the road in the county. We wouldn't have any restrictions, or we wouldn't have any say-so over that, right?
Well, if a business chose not to develop in our community, we don't really have a way zoning-wise to say, well, you must stay.
Yeah.
So that's why we go and cities routinely zone properties, especially vacant properties, to be attractive so that developers can look at them and say, all right, that's where the city believes things are going to happen. We want to locate in that area, or that's the zoning for us.
Okay, so we wouldn't have any rules or oversight when it came to that if it were outside of our annexed.
Correct. If they're out in the county, they're under the state rules at that point.
Okay, and if it's not in the city, then any of the tax money that we've been talking about, that doesn't go to the city either.
That's correct.
Okay, so that makes a lot of sense. We wouldn't get this revenue to fix roads, to increase the police force, to add new drones, to all the services and amenities that the citizens deserve. We wouldn't get a chance at that if it were not in the city limits.
That's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to have clarification on a few of those, and thank you so much, Aaron. You've been very diligent and very patient with all of our questions, so thank you very much.
Questions from the dais? And so at this point, before we make or take any motions, we're going to move to public comment, which is different than what we regularly do. But at this point, we're going to make the people that come up and make public comment are limited to how many minutes? Brandon, Heather?
3.
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Only one person. You can only make public comment once. I saw some stuff where people are going to try to convey somebody else to double their time. They can't do that. We've had many people that have presented and come up and talked and made public comment, and they've not been allowed to double their time. So we're going to stay consistent with what we've done. We're going to go through that. I want everybody to realize you'll have how many did we sign up for public comment? We've got 11?
I believe it's 11.
Okay, we'll go through this. Be prepared before you start making your comment, because your time starts when you start speaking. So just keep aware of that when you're trying to manage your time. Keep an eye on the clock, and we'll go from there. Who's our first public comment, Heather?
Jeff Fisher?
Is your mic on, Jeff? So wait a minute, Jeff, hold up just a sec. Do you have slides? Yes, sir. So let me prep and make sure your slides get up before you start talking. We're gonna, got it, remind me later. So we'll get the president. Jeff, do you know how to move through your slides? Yes, sir. Okay, let's just make sure. I know these questions sound dumb, but I want to allow you to maximize your 3 minutes of time, sir. All right, no further conversation. All right, Jeff, the floor is yours, sir.
Member District 4, live in Pauline, lived with my wife in that area for 12 years, found out about this a little bit late, and I don't blame the city for that. I understand there's the 200-foot notice, et cetera. So let me get to some of our concerns. The zoning concerns on this is the ML zoning, the future land use of that area. So this is the long-term plan of the area, is actually campus institutional along the south, and Mr. Vanoy hadn't shown that part of it yet, and that includes the county jail, so an agri-life building, and animal shelter. So it's not exactly as it looks on the other map, where it's just the zoning is industrial. There is some campus and some public uses as well. So my point there is that before we look at rezoning the land, there's the future land use to consider. On the zoning side, yes, right now, the concern about that other use being 3.5 miles away, as once you zone that ML, then you can continue to drag that down in that city-owned area and all the way down to where the jail is. Now we're only 1.5 miles away. So some of those uses, like data centers and others, could be very noisy, and so there's the concerns there. I'm just going to quickly go forward because I'm not going to have enough time to do everything. But these are some of the conditions that were used in other cities. And let me just explain, because I am a certified planner at the AICP, and I'm just saying that to be humble, but so that people understand, the PD zoning is an option in most cities. So what we think has happened here is by doing a straight ML zoning, yes, we can look at noise, we can look at screening later in the process, but the public's not going to have an opportunity to participate. If we do it through the PD, and these are some of the other cities that have either a PD or have specific standards in their ordinance. And I'm going to run out of time here. So Bryan, Glen Heights, Grand Prairie, Irving, North Richland Hills, Round Rock, Claiborne, there's at least 20 or 25 in the state, so it's not just a couple. And we look at things like having a concept plan. At the site plan stage, it can be more detailed. Having a noise attenuation study. Several cities require that, or at least noise buffering and screening, vehicle access. The closed loop water system is great. I support that. And I also support the business itself. The decibel level is a problem. The 55 that Aaron was quoting from Mr. Vinoy, sorry, from 423 is related to restaurants and bars, the 55. That has nothing to do with data centers. So in my opinion, wrong section of the ordinance. We need to look at that. This area of town is growing quickly, and I think we put the cart before the horse. We need to look at the PD conditions if we can first, at the very least, have a town hall with Skybox and the people.
We will do that. So,
thank you.
Who is next on public comment? Okay, I thought Jeff's wife had signed up for public comment.
So again, I'm not against the potential use.
I was going to say I would
out.
leave the presentation up if she was going
Sure.
to continue, but she's not, so.
Okay.
I was just trying to help you out.
No, and again, thank you all very much. We
Oh, that is
appreciate
the
it.
wife, that is wife. Yes, so do you want me to leave this presentation?
I have my own
Okay,
statement.
all right, so we can take the presentation down.
Yes.
Just trying to help out there, y'all, a little bit, okay?
Thank you.
The floor is yours. State your name, please, and district.
I am here today to speak about the proposed light manufacturing rezoning of approximately 345 acres near Highway 67 and Harriet Road, a zoning action which, according to the city's own Planning and Development Services memorandum, is being pursued explicitly to allow for a data center land use. Zoning is not a neutral, abstract exercise. It is the city's primary mechanism for protecting the health, safety, and welfare of its residents. When zoning is approved without conditions, without performance standards, or enforceable operational limits, the city is not preserving flexibility, it is surrendering leverage. Once the land is sold and zoning granted, any future expectations or assurances become optional negotiations rather than enforceable obligations. This is a fundamental principle of land use planning. We have been told that the city is operating under a short timeline. However, urgency does not justify negligence, nor does anticipated tax revenue excuse the abandonment of prudent planning practices. The pace of this project appears to have been prioritized over the interest of the residents most directly affected by it. Residents were not meaningfully included at the front end of this process. Instead, we are now being told, after the framework has already been chosen, that we should trust the city to address impacts later. That is not planning. That is hope masquerading as policy. The absence of a planned development with conditions is not a minor oversight. It is the central failure of this process. Conditions are how cities ensure that sound walls get built, generators get screened, water usage is responsibly managed, and incompatible uses are buffered from residential neighborhoods. Choosing not to use that tool is a choice, and it is one that places the burden of risk entirely on residents. This city has a responsibility to serve as a steward of its neighborhoods, not merely a facilitator of development. Public servants do not wait for residents to demand basic protections. They build them in from the beginning. The fact that an entire neighborhood had to mobilize simply to ask for conditions should concern every person on this dais. I do not expect this letter to change today's vote, but I do expect it to stand as a record that residents objected, not to zoning in theory, but to zoning without responsibility. Economic development is important. However, it should never come at the expense of sound process, public trust, or the city's obligation to protect its residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
I had 42 seconds left. I did want to say thank you. You did answer a lot of questions, Karen, Mary, and Brandon. You did answer a lot of my questions. Thank you.
She had her 42 seconds, all right.
Karen Best.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with regard to zoning today, having to do with the property we're all talking about. I'm under a 3-minute time constraint, so I did want to have the opportunity to speak about the elephant I'm not allowed to speak about, although every one of you seem to have spoken about it up there. And so if I say data center, I don't mean it, okay? So a couple of things that were mentioned during the meeting, and I was listening very closely to every one of you, and I know you have the best interest of San Angelo at heart, okay? I know this. However, I heard words like, we're required to produce predictability for everyone. At this time, phrasing that is somewhat contradictory with regard to what's coming. We don't really know for sure, but we think we have a pretty darn good idea. There's a presentation next month that speaks to what we believe is coming to this area. So when we talk about all of the things that Jeff Fisher has mentioned, I'm going to skip over that because I'm getting to, as an attorney, the part that legally concerns me about this change to zoning, okay? And I appreciate the fact that Aaron Van Noy, while I was getting ready this morning, was on the phone with me trying to work through the legalities. And that comes to what he kind of glazed over because it's mentioned kind of at the end of his speech about Texas Local Government Code Chapter 245, the Texas Vested Rights Act. This means that once you plan and change zoning to LM, under Texas law, businesses who want to conduct their business out on that property have exactly what Mayor Thompson was talking about, a legal right for predictability, that any company that wants to go out there has predictability. And so whatever manufacturing limitations exist on that property, when you change that zoning today, is what they can expect. Now, they may need to negotiate with you on a 380 and some conditions come in on it so that whatever money you're giving them for improvements kind of run with the land, or they can just pay your money back and do whatever they want under LM, because we do not have a definition having to do with what a data center or something like that is out there. Effectively, anything that falls within what the city planner says is LM goes. These are billionaires, and this is a rounding error in paying you back for your improvement cost, okay? So one option, I have 37 seconds left, make it fast. One option, if you're going to pass it today, do not accept a completed application from anyone, hence not triggering the vesting rule of the act, until you've put whatever restrictions that you're wanting to put on the property for what's going out there. That is the triggering mechanism for the Texas Vested Rights Act, okay? It's the acceptance, not approval, but acceptance of a completed application. Just make the decision to hold off on accepting the application until the rules that are coming in having to do with what's going out there can be examined. Thank you.
Steph Baca.
Hi, my name is Steph Baca. I live at 5222 Grey Wolf Lane. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. A lot of things that I had kind of were answered in the Mr. Van Noy's site plan, but I do agree with some other constituents that have spoke that it should move to a PD. At the very least, have more understanding and transparency as the public. That's where I feel we're hitting a block. We don't feel like we're getting the answers. That's why there's fear. That's why there's resistance. If you really think this idea is going to benefit us all, besides moving past the money, it needs to be with everybody, majority people on board. But just being here, I appreciate y'all listening. But I do think that a town hall with skybox and moving to a PD would be our best move.
Steph, thank you. Next.
Richard Summers.
My name is Richard Summers. I welcome Mayor and council members. I live as a native resident of San Angelo in District 2. I'm not going to speculate here about specific projects, but I do take note that specific projects have been speculated about. Item N proposes a highly specific rezoning affecting exactly 345.27 acres of city-owned land, along with a simultaneous amendment to the comprehensive plan. Such specificity normally implies an imminent intended project or purpose. However, the city is asking constituents to treat this rezoning as presently neutral and project-free. Zoning exists precisely because certain classifications make certain uses foreseeable and manageable. Assigning zoning without a known purpose or a project, and then restricting discussion of foreseeable uses cannot produce optimal planned land use. It increases risk, it creates blind spots, and invites avoidable need for future corrections. One of them has already been mentioned. You may have to come back and drop this zoning and change it to something else for another business. That's not necessary, I don't think. However, you can't ask the public to evaluate a zoning change while restricting both knowledge and discussion of what the zoning reasonably enables. When foreseeability is excluded from the record, the public hearing, like this one, becomes procedural rather than substantive and risky rather than deliberate. I applaud what was said from the dais this morning. We have a lot of accountability. I think it's time for y'all to live up to some of it through transparency. For that reason, I respectfully urge the council to table this rezoning and comprehensive plan amendment unless and until it is openly linked to a stated purpose or intended use. If no such imminent purpose exists, nothing is lost by waiting. We can do this again if we haven't done it already. If no purpose exists, if a purpose does exist, transparency about it strengthens public trust and city negotiation position. When this zoning passes, you're stuck with it. As it's been mentioned, it also creates problems without going to more law to get some way of controlling what's being done with the land. In conclusion, zoning or rezoning without context asks the public to trust without information. That is not a burden the people of San Angelo should be forced to carry. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Number 6, Heather.
Allison Devereaux.
Hello, it's me again. We've already been introduced. We've been told that the intended use of this property being proposed for rezoning will be a development that will have 168 or so diesel backup generators. In fact, the only reason that this land was annexed was to take steps to close this deal, and that's a lot of fuel that will be needed to store on this site, and a lot of potential noise and pollution. And I'm not sure that the light manufacturing is the appropriate designation for this project. A 3 megawatt diesel generator typically operates at noise levels around 85 to 105 decibels. So I don't know if when we're talking about 55 decibels, if we're talking about diesel generators or cooling systems. 85 to 105 is comparable to the sound of city traffic or a jet airplane flying overhead, and that's for one generator. Diesel combustion is one of the dirtiest forms of generation there is. Air and noise pollution travels over long distances, and the effects are felt many miles away. Diesel power generation releases nitrogen oxides that produce ground-level ozone and particulate matter, which the American Cancer Society links to heart and lung disease and cancer. In places in the world where the highest concentrations of data centers exist, we've seen 5- and 10-fold increases in these toxic air pollutants. And for these reasons, diesel power generation is only supposed to be used for emergency use. But conversations are happening at both the federal and state levels and are considering allowing waivers from the Clean Air Act for an expanded range of grid scenarios. We are being warned about steamrolling ahead with these projects before these standards are settled. If you can't make a guarantee right now for the project under consideration for this property, that they will not have the opportunity to sell electricity back to the grid or potentially be running more than the current federal limit of 100 hours a year for non-emergencies, then you need to hold off on rezoning until you know exactly what it is you're doing. Because it's a fact that currently 50 of those hours can be used for demand response programs where grid or transmission operators will pay large load users like data centers to switch to backup generators to reduce stress on the grid. And I think we can expect to see those restrictions start to drop off as we see the headlines every day that Texas is expected energy use to double in the next 8 to 10 years because of these data center developments. And all we have to do is make a few little changes in the legislation to allow these facilities to flip their switches, turn on their backup generators to produce energy for the grid.
Ally, thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Looney.
Michael Looney, I'm the VP of Economic Development with the San Angelo Chamber of Commerce, speaking in favor of this rezone. I think with Aaron's presentation, that was a very succinct presentation as to why it makes sense to put a zoning on a property. It does make it more marketable, no matter what kind of an industrial use is put on it. Currently, we're talking in terms of speculation. However, making that property fall under a specific zoning that allows for the general types of industrial development that we're seeing here in San Angelo, companies that my team has helped recruit to San Angelo, does make a difference. It makes it easier for a company to access the property. They know what kind of zoning they're going to fall under. They don't have to go through a rezoning process. That makes a difference, and we've landed a lot of transactions in San Angelo that had the zoning in place that made a positive difference. My concern is that, just like Aaron said, and like Councilwoman Coffey said, if we as a city collaboratively, we want to encourage economic development and recruitment of stable industries that help our tax base and create opportunities. If we don't take time to properly zone properties, they'll just move into the county, or they'll go over to Concho County, or they'll go somewhere in the county, some county, where they have no restrictions at all and can do whatever they want. I'm personally presently tracking 2 other data centers looking within Tom Green County, and I can't do anything about it. None of us can. Now, are they going to work? Who knows? I don't know. But again, that's why it's good to have the city capture the rules and be able to enforce the rules to influence a development the way they want to see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Lisa Olivas. She left. Oh.
Second call, so Lisa's out.
Yes. Debbie Anderson.
Good morning. My name is Debbie Anderson. I live on Old Post Road, Congressional District 11, I believe. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak today. I agree that we need to have a skybox town hall, and I believe we need to have a PD. Let me go ahead and say this. Today you're voting on rezoning 345 acres of our Old City farmland from ranch and estate to light manufacturing and amending the comprehensive plan to industrial right along Highway 67 near Harriet Road. We're already stressed on resources, water with over 800 parts per billion of dissolved solids that blow past EPA's 500 guideline. Y'all can't even get our water straight. But let me just go ahead and push this. Yet you're rushing to rezone into light manufacturing without clear answers on what's really allowed or how much more drain it's going to put on our systems. This is like Obamacare. It's like, let us pass it, and then we'll tell you what's in it. And the constituents are tired of that. We're tired of that mentality, okay? So common promises for these rezonings: massive tax windfall, high-paying jobs with minimal impact, but facts prove otherwise. Across Texas and the nation, these deals hand out 80% or more of property tax abatement for 10 to 20 years. States like Ohio lost $2.5 billion since 2017. Virginia lost $1 billion. And Texas incentives jumped from $130 million to over $1 billion annually in 2 years. Okay, taxpayers lose 52 to 70 cents per subsidized dollar, footing billions in lost revenue that could fix schools, our water, jobs. They hype hundreds of jobs. We know that's false. They're not going to be hundreds of jobs here. There's only maybe 20 permanent positions. They mostly outsource fly-ins. So it's not going to be anybody here from San Angelo except for maybe janitorial services. The rezoning is bad because it permanently erases our agricultural heritage. Keep it ranch until we find out more. Y'all are not being transparent. You're hiding under NDAs and everything else, and you're not being transparent with us. That's why we're so frustrated. So let's connect the dots. Light manufacturing zoning is clearly the gateway for the Skybox data center everybody's talking about. You can try to hide it and say, don't talk about the data center, it's just zoning. We know what it's for. We know what the intent is, okay? But I really do ask you to delay the vote. Don't do it, please. Just let's have a Skybox conversation with them so that your constituents who voted for you can actually have answers to our questions. We really do want answers. And y'all trying to push this through without any transparency, without telling us what can go there if this doesn't go there, what can go there, what restrictions. Y'all are not being transparent with us. We just need you to pause, take a breath, say a prayer, and maybe put this on the back burner till we can actually speak with Skybox, until we can actually get some answers, until you can actually be honest with your constituents.
Thank you, Debbie.
Ashley Jones.
Number 10 is who?
Ashley Jones.
My name is Ashley Jones, and I'm from District 5. A lot of my concerns have been spoken about, but I would like to add a little bit more. I feel like technology is summoned to bring the next nuclear revolution. I find myself being challenged to evaluate my place in the history of what once was only a mere military fort. My questions are about the 380 agreement. I've heard a little bit about this and the potential restrictions on nuclear power plants coming to our community. I would like to quote U.S. Senator Dave McCormick. At our inaugural Energy and Innovation Summit held this past July, Brookfield and the Great Pittsburgh-based Westinghouse pledged to rebuild America's nuclear base. This still makes...
Ma'am, are your comments related to the zoning?
It's related to the zoning, yes, because I fear that some of these things that the president and their administration is pushing for very quickly is going to limit your guys' ability to make restrictions on these nuclear power plants potentially coming to our community and being put so close to families, our jail, our animal hospitals, and things of this nature. In May 23rd, 2025, President Trump signed a series of executive orders aimed at dramatically cutting red tape to accelerate the construction and deployment of nuclear power plants, to revive the U.S. nuclear industry.
I think I see where she's going.
I'm so sorry. Sorry. Yes, so my concerns are coming forward not to stop a data center from being built, but to ensure that we understand what is coming down the line. And not just from our own community members, but also from this administration. I appreciate all of y'all's work and attention to all of our comments. Thank you.
Jamal Schumpert. Jamal.
Jamal Shumpert, SMD3. Everybody touched on a lot of great points. What she was talking about is what I was telling y'all at the town meeting. There's no rules or restrictions you can make that the federal government won't change. Just point blank. We all know that now. I've lived long enough in this life to tell you, yeah, as a millennial, I've seen they take everybody's dreams away. That's what she's talking about, a nuclear power plant. It will.
So let's tie it to the zoning issue
Yeah,
here,
so
Jamal.
when it comes to that, do y'all have zones for nuclear power plants? What would that be zoned? Heavy manufacturing, right? Oh, yeah, you don't answer questions, but I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be light manufacturing. My issue is you're still in negotiations and you're gonna go to light manufacturing. What if these negotiations, something like, I had a plan, a concept plan, if y'all wanted this to work, where they had to put some skin in the game. They built us an educational technology college that services their entire industry, just not what they do, but the entire data technology industry, even in space. Because they was listing phases. What y'all don't know from the investor side is that last phase is in space. Everybody laughed at Elon Musk. He's already up there. They're going to be paying rent to him. So changes to light manufacturing and that building's empty, you could take every manufacturer in town, it still won't fit in that building. It'd be not enough. So yeah, having a zone change before the comprehensive plan is done, which she told you guys to do 2 years ago, but you chose your projects you wanted to do, you wouldn't have this issue. You could have passed this and ran this through and these people wouldn't even known about it because they don't know how government functions. I do. But y'all got caught with your hand in the cookie jar and I could help you get out of it. But you'd have to ask me and I know y'all won't. But thank you for your time.
Jamal.
That concludes.
That concludes very good public comment. All right, I don't care what anybody says, that was a good public comment. So I'm going to open it back up to the dais for any additional questions that you wanted to give to Aaron Vanoy or any statements they want to make. So let's go in a row.
Okay.
Mary? You good? I'm good, thank you. Karen?
After listening to this last round of public comment, I would like to ask Aaron to refer, I think, to your second slide, where you showed us the little colored boxes which explain the steps we have to go through before anything would be considered. So does that address the prevailing concern that we need to have safeguards in place before we accept applications for a project of any sort? And if so, where in your process?
Okay. So our zoning ordinance that we talked about today provides the protections I talked about today in the zoning ordinance. If we have an accepted application at the plating or site development or a building permit application, if any of those are brought forward and accepted, that does trigger the Vested Rights Act. It is not our intention to do that unless they're ready to move forward and both property owner and if there's someone else that wants to do something on the land, they would have to partner together. Right now, the city owns the land, so it'd have to be a city application that is complete, that has all the documents that we require on our checklist to move forward with anything, and then that Texas Vested Rights says, okay, you can. Here's your light manufacturing, whatever the zoning ordinance is within light manufacturing that deals with the noise, that deals with potential site plan, urban design review, those things would be there for us to enforce at those stages.
So publicly confirming to reassure those that had that concern, your process solves that problem,
Yes,
addresses the problem.
and we do that every cycle for plats. We do that every application for site plans and building permits. We go through a checklist before it's accepted that they have to have all the complete documents there for us to review.
Karen, do you have additional questions?
I do not.
All right, Patrick?
Aaron, just real quick, there's one question about we all want economic development. I think most people want that. So it was about making the place more marketable. Have we had other instances where the city-owned land has been rezoned to make it more marketable, like the industrial park or something like that? Was it city-owned or economic-owned?
Yes, the industrial park, it's Costa DC owned.
Right.
And so we have done a number of rezonings there to match up what a business might come in and look for. I am sure there are others in the past, in the history. I don't have that full history of what we've done, but I know that we've owned properties out at the lake and we've had to rezone them based on size of property and things like that for housing. And so I am sure there are other properties around. I'm just not fully aware of the specifics.
And that industrial park is just southwest of this, correct? It was on your map, I believe?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah. Perfect, thank you.
Good. Harry?
Nothing.
Joseph?
Aaron, real quick, where's the industrial park?
Industrial park this is the AEP right there, and of course, right down in this area is the industrial park. Through our Northwest Master Plan, it's possibly because they are running out of land to sell that it may extend out this way.
Okay, that's all city land, it's not
Yes, sir.
highlighted there along that?
That's correct.
Okay. Other real quick question, where is the new interstate proposed?
So this is 277 right here. This is 67 here. So somewhere in this area, you can see the major overhead distribution line. They believe it will come somewhere in there. And of course, you have Red Creek right in this area. But somewhere along this triangle is where they are projecting and planning for it to come in.
So like the industrial park that we have, it's, I believe, light manufacturing, most of it. There's some different stuff. But it was set on that road because it's easy access to get in and out. With the proposed new interstate coming through, this would also set this up good for some business to go in there that would be good for that. Okay, that's what I want to know. Thank you.
Tommy?
No, sir.
Daniel? No, I'm good. All right. After all the statements have been made and talked about today, we have learned a lot. I continue to have faith in the process, have faith in the people that have spent countless hours and months looking at how this is going to move forward. A lot of questions were answered. There's a lot of questions that still have yet to be answered. There's a lot of information out there. A lot of it's correct, more of it's incorrect, but a lot of things are opinion. I think any delay in an approval to move forward with this puts the city at risk of losing any control. As Mr. Looney said, people can be outside of the city limits in their zoning, and we have no input at all. All right, so anything that was brought up today would be totally irrelevant and wasted. The opportunities and things that were presented today can be put into a 380 agreement and go with the zoning. With that, I'm going to make a motion to approve as presented. I'm going to look for a second, and then we will do an individual vote as we cross the dice. So I have made a first.
And Mayor, just to clarify, this is a motion to approve both the zoning and
Absolutely.
the comprehensive
Items 1 and
plan.
2.
Okay.
Second.
So there's a first by me, a second by Harry Thomas, and I'm going to start with Mary, and we're going to come across your vote in favor or opposed.
In favor.
Okay? Karen?
In favor.
Patrick?
District 4 votes no.
I vote in favor.
In favor?
Favor?
In favor.
Item passes 6-1. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break before we come back and move into the regular agenda. Thank you, everyone. If we get everybody to take their seats, we'll go ahead and move forward with the regular agenda. That was awesome. I got everybody here. Tommy's trying to hide. All right, it's 11:44. We'll bring this back and go ahead and start the item number 6, the regular agenda. Comments regarding items on the regular agenda may be made by the public when each item is discussed as outlined above. To participate, please sign in with the city clerk prior to the beginning of the meeting. Speakers will be called in the order they signed in. Comments are limited to less than 3 minutes. Applicants, proponents, and appellants are exempt from the time limit above and instead must limit their remarks to less than 5 minutes. We'll go to item A, an update on proposal to improve conditions at the animal shelter, including new kennel pod structures and future administrative building. Presentation made by construction manager Alfonso Torres.
Good morning. It is still morning, right? Good morning, Mayor, Council, City Manager. I am Al Torres, Construction Manager. This is, of course, Amanda Weddle, Animal Services Manager. We're going to kind of do a co-presentation. So I was here not too long ago, so a lot of this is going to be familiar to you. Basically, this is the site where we're located. So just real quickly, the project summary, as you remember from last time, basically the shelter itself needs a lot of maintenance and renovations. Current building issues include drainage, ventilation and HVAC, noise and smell. There's issues with animal health and disease control, and problems with public interaction with the dogs and how that's done. So proposal, we had a proposal that we've been working on for a couple of years, been delayed, there was a lot of issues going on. But at our last meeting, you did direct us, we proposed a new pod concept, and you did direct us to go ahead and move forward with that. In that concept, just to remind you, instead of, right now we have one large dog kennel, and that's the main reason for the noise and the health issues and all that. So this new concept, we'd have 4 smaller buildings. Each building would have 20 to 25 kennels in it that would be constructed outside. Each kennel would have access through a guillotine door to an outside kennel, so the dogs have fresh air, and they're easier for the public to walk around and see the dogs. Each kennel would be self-sufficient and designed so that they'd all have outside access. Sidewalks would go around all of these kennels and have meet and greet areas so that the public can view and interact with the dogs. So again, this concept, and I don't know if Amanda has more to add to that, but basically addresses the health of the animals as well as addressing the noise and smell issues. As you can imagine, if you've been to the shelter, currently everything housed in that one enclosed space was a big issue. So basically, this new concept, I've been working with Friesen Nichols, who actually did the first go-around, and they are working on a proposal for us, and I will have a proposal at the next council meeting for approval to start, so they can go ahead and officially start their design work. We've been working to kind of get the specifics down on the site plan, and since we're not moving forward with phase 2 right now, a possible future admin building, we're moving forward as directed with just the 4 kennel pods, and then we'll continue to use the main building as is for the foreseeable future, and then we can address a new admin building once we're down the road. So the design work should take no more than 4 months. That puts us in May of 2026. Phase 1 construction would be for all 4 pods. If you recall, we had originally proposed 3 pods, and then if we had the money, we'd go ahead and do an alternate for a 4th pod. You instructed us to go ahead and plan on doing all four pods, so that's what we're doing. So construction at the latest by January 2027, and then phase 2, like I said, we'll address that down the road. So current funds, as we talked about this last time as well, we have $2 million, just over $2 million available for this project. Cost of 4 pods, again, this is an estimate based on what we have so far. once the architects and engineers are on base, they're going to do an official estimate for us, and we'll have a better idea of this. But I'm pretty confident we can do those 4 pods for 1.6 million. Some site work, permits, fees, testing, et cetera. We're looking at a total cost of, again, just over the $2,030,000 that we have, but not much over. But we'll have a better idea on that once we get an agreement with them. So just to remind you, this is the existing building, and we're looking at 4 kennels, pods that are working around sidewalks that again, the public would, when they want to see dogs, they come out here and they just walk around the sidewalks and they can see all the dogs from the outside. So this is a typical pod kennel. You can see we've got a row of smaller kennels, some bigger ones. We've got sinks and places for cleanup, and then these are, of course, pictures of one that we looked at that we're kind of modeling this after. It'll look real similar to this. This one on the right is one of the meet and greet areas. And that's it. Amanda, I don't know if you have anything you want to add about the process.
So our goals when looking at this is to not only improve the public's experience at the shelter, but also the animals' experience. Currently, with all 120 kennels being in one general large stadium-style room, any airborne illnesses, any aerosolizing of fecal matter or urine, it's all in that room. So mass outbreak is at a very high risk. We are constantly fighting kennel cough, ringworm, things of that nature in that big type of setting because it's easily transmittable to the others. With this concept, we are going to be able to separate, and when one house is showing signs of illness, treat that house, that pod, and not risk the spread to the other pods. It is also going to greatly diminish our time for staff as far as the care of the animals so that we can look at more playtimes. I don't know if anybody's seen our Facebook lately, but we are trying to increase our playtimes and animal interactions with one another so that we can dog test, we can multi-pet test these animals so that we have a better idea for placement of these animals. This gives us that opportunity even more so. It also allows for more than just one standard cleaning. It allows for spot cleaning because these animals can now be put outside while we clean the inside. Vice versa. If there's a mess outside, we can put them inside to clean it up. It also allows for better opportunities as far as volunteers, community service, because we can isolate those animals where the community service worker or volunteer can clean the inside or the outside without interaction with that animal and put us at a liability risk for scratches or bites. So all of that culminating together, it helps us have a more fiscally responsible plan than to just revamp the current room.
So if we're going to open it up to the dais for questions, I'll start down there, Mary, and then we'll work across.
On this pod system, I know we all learn from past problems or issues and stuff. So is that, we're going to have the ample plumbing and good, and it's not just going to be open air, it's going to be air conditioned and, climate controlled and all that.
Correct. Right. Each pod will be self-contained. Each pod will have their own HVAC system. We are doing drains that are properly sized. Everything's going to be new, and we'll have plenty of capacity.
Well, I knew that was the case. I just like to hear it again, that this is such a good positive, and I'm tickled to death that this is finally moving forward. I think the public is going to see mass improvements, and when they start seeing that, that's when the dreams come true. So thank you very much for being on this, Amanda. I appreciate it very much, personally and professionally.
Thank you.
Karen?
First of all, thank you both very much for coming back to us just as we asked with a report following the prior meeting on this process as it goes forward. It's good to know that you have a contracting partner that's helping you with the design, and we will look forward to seeing that. And that is when again?
We should have a task order on the agenda at the next meeting.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Patrick? You're good? Daniel? Harry? Joe? Tommy?
No, sir.
I'm going to jump back in. Can't let this opportunity pass us by. So I get lots of phone calls and emails, mainly emails, and they discuss about these are some people that are very passionate about the facility. I mean, I'm preaching to the choir here. The question now is the timeline. I think we've been talking about this quite a while. So give me a total timeline. When are we going to see the sunset on this project to having it totally complete? And I have read it. I just tell you, I'm asking you something so people listening can hear.
Right, and I'm being conservative, and I put 8 months for construction time. I really don't think it would take more than 6 months, but until we get a contractor bidding it, I can't say that for sure. So right now, I'm projecting January of 2027, so basically by the end of this year, but hopefully by October, November.
With the amount of construction that's going to start around our community, we would hope you would expedite this any chance you could.
Yes.
We get that.
And going backwards from that too, again, I have 4 months design time. I've asked him, can you do it in 3 or can you even do it in 2? So, because it's
I think
not,
if you
it's
tie
not,
their check to it, it might motivate them out.
yeah, it's not a very complicated design.
It's Freeze and Nichols. They're just up the road. They
Yeah.
should be able to expedite.
So they had originally told me 4 months, but that's when we were talking about designing the admin building as well, so that we would have it all planned out. Since these pods are fairly simple, and I've kind of laid out the floor plan for them already, then it's basically just figuring out the plumbing and the electrical and all that stuff.
All right. Thank you. Any further questions, council? So is this an action item? Do we need to vote? This is just, you got your direction. Thank y'all very much. Thank you. All right, now we'll go to item B, consider resolution of general support for the construction of affordable housing projects as part of the 2026 annual low-income housing tax credit, LIHTC program for 1, Bergman Heights located at 3531 Lutheran Way, and 2, the Arden Apartments located at 3320 Arden Road. Presentation made by Neighborhood and Family Services Director, congratulations, Angela Bloss, and KCG Company's VP of Development, CJ Linder.
Good morning, Council Mayor Daniel. We're just here to present 2 resolutions of support for 2 potential projects here in the area that are for the low-income housing tax credit program. So these resolutions aren't committing any city funding, they're just indicating the city's support for their proposed projects. So I'm going to let CJ take over and explain those projects to you, and if you have any questions, he's happy to answer them.
Hello, Council, Mayor. Appreciate you all giving me the time. Perfect. So I do have a brief presentation I'll go through and happy to answer any questions. But again, CJ Lintner with KCG Companies. Our company focuses on multifamily development, rental housing across the country, and specifically quite a bit in Texas. I myself cover Texas, and most recently back in 2023, was before City Council here for a resolution of support for the redevelopment of River Point Apartments, which is 204 units of 70s era housing that we just wrapped up a renovation on, a very significant renovation on. And I'm back here today to talk about some new construction opportunities that we've identified and would like to submit to the state for funding here in the 2026 Housing Tax Credit Program. The first one is Bergman Heights, and the second one is Arden Heights, and I'll talk about both of those individually here real quick. But before I do, just a little bit of background on KCG. We've been around now for just over a decade and have been consistently among the nation's top affordable housing developers. Have developed 32 communities with several more set to close this year and begin development. We do everything in-house, so we are the developer, we are the architect's firm, we also do the construction, and then we manage the properties as well. So we're not just going to come in and build these and sell them off to somebody. Our ownership horizon is at least 15 years. And ideally, at that point, we run these properties back through the housing tax credit program and renovate them and do it all over again. So this is similar to River Point, very much a long-term partnership, and we become community members with these investments. Bergman Heights is the first one to talk about. It is in District 1. It's right across from Trinity Lutheran Church and the school there, both of which have, in the past year, we've had discussions with them, and they're in full support of this development coming into their area and see it as a value add for the neighborhood. This would be a general tenancy apartment community, 55 to maybe 65 apartments, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom. Those rents that you see on the screen there are the absolute highest that the rent would be. We'd have units going down to rents to just a few $100s as well. So they'll target different income levels from 30% of the area average income up to 60% of the area average income. And those upper limits are fixed with the state. So we can't come back and jack those up over time. Those limits are set by the state. This would not just be apartments. We would have amenities on site for the residents as well. So we'd have a full clubhouse, fitness center, business center, have an activities room, walking paths on the site. There are not sidewalks there, but we'd look to connect to the nearest sidewalks up along Sunset. We'd have Wi-Fi. The units will have in-unit laundry. We would have full-time maintenance and management personnel on site. Quick timeline here. Right now, we'll be starting the application process with the state. That goes from now till March. And then assuming we do get funded from the state, from Texas Department of Housing, we would start the permit process in the summer and look to start construction either at the very end of this year or possibly as late as January of 2027. And then a year from that would start leasing up units. So that is the kind of overview for Bergman Heights, and I'm happy to cover the other property as well and then take questions, or we can stop here for questions.
Go ahead and move into the second one.
Go ahead. Yes, sir. Okay, so looks like this is maybe a duplicate slide, so you can ignore that. But the other property is Arden Heights. This is a 1 and 2 bedroom senior community that we're proposing at the intersection of San Antonio Drive and Arden Drive. It's on about a 2 acre or an acre and a half parcel. So it's a little bit smaller of a community, no more than 44 units, potentially as little as 35 units. And again, it would be senior, so that would be 55 and older age restriction for the tenants living there. Very similar to kind of the overview I just gave for Bergman Heights. There would be a clubhouse on site. We'd have full-time management and maintenance. The amenities like the fitness center, the arts and crafts room, things like that would be tailored more towards seniors, obviously, with the different tenancy, but a very similar in terms of the design. The only difference would be that this would be an elevator-served building, so one small elevator-served building versus Bergman Heights being kind of walk-up style design. Same timeline for this. I will mention that we're submitting both of these to the state, but the state will only fund one sort of this sort of development a year. So it's kind of up to them which one they choose, but it would just be one of these. And we are competing against kind of this whole larger region, so that's not a guarantee, and we will find out if either of these is approved and funded in July of this year. I'll stop there and take any questions.
If you don't get the tax credit, does that stop the project?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And both of these sites do need to be rezoned. We would come back for that
We
rezoning
don't know anything
process
about that.
down the line.
No more zoning.
No,
Yeah.
not today.
Not
No,
today.
these communities are very important. As our population ages, I find myself qualifying for it. But anyway, regardless, yeah,
Holy man.
we're glad you're here with this. I think a lot of people need to understand if you don't get the credit, these things don't move forward.
Correct.
And so we hope you get this. You have our I will open it up to the dais for any questions.
No questions. I'd move we
Yeah,
approve
we're-
the resolutions.
Patrick?
You said only one would be approved?
Yes, sir.
Is that only one of these two or only one senior? I was just trying to get clarification on that. What?
Yeah, so, good question. The city is within a larger region that gets one funding award a year, so the whole region would get one. So, hopefully it's one of these two. We are competing against some other cities in the area.
Tell him what other cities we compete against, if you don't mind, CJ.
Yeah, so it's a relatively small area, and actually the only major metro or the only major city is San Angelo, but there are a lot of like more rural areas around that may or may not have any applications this year.
Midland, Odessa, Big Spring.
Correct.
Lubbock.
Lubbock is in a different region actually.
Gotcha. But our main competitor is Midland, Odessa, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Do you know what it takes to, looking at other projects in the past, I'm gonna assume y'all look at past, what do they base it on? You know, how do they pick that one?
There's a really long, fun list of things that they rank the sites by. So geographic traits, income, attributes, school rankings, proximity to schools, proximity to libraries and grocery stores. So there's a few dozen different things that are all location-based factors. And then the rest of it is all financial kind of metrics on our end, with how we build it, how much we can build it for, what amenities we provide, that kind of thing. And it all boils down to a score of around 170 or so points that you can get, and it's a score-based ranking.
Do you think this, with everything you see in San Angelo, have we put our best foot forward? Have y'all put your best foot forward to kind of
Certainly,
have the
yeah.
best chance?
We're very selective with which of these we pursue and which we don't. It takes a lot of our time finding the actual locations. It is a really competitive process that often comes down to tiebreakers, which is proximity to things like schools, libraries, and grocery stores. So it's a bit of a frustrating process because you can hit everything and then be 500 feet more away than your competitor and lose, or you can be the winner. So in terms of what the city's doing, you know, there's unfortunately not a ton that can be done to kind of better the community as a whole on the competitive end. It really is about finding the right piece of land located to the right area amenities and with the right geographic profile. I will say, you know, you guys have always been very receptive to these proposals, and that's really the main thing, is if we find something that is a good fit for the state's funding priorities, and then also obviously for housing, being open to, you know, the rezoning or whatever needs to be done to make that happen is the biggest thing that can be done on the council's end.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Karen? Mary?
I appreciate that you use local labor and resources, so thank you for putting that in your presentation. You mentioned that there is I think, a sliding scale for rents downward. You have an upper limit, is that correct?
Correct.
Just making sure I understood. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cool. Miss Mary?
Do you have a timeline on what to expect and when?
Yeah, we'll apply by March 1st. We have to complete the application. And then we'll find out officially in July of this year if we get the funding. We'll have a good idea before then, but that's the official award date. And then we would look to start construction the earliest November this year, no later than probably January of next year. And then a year later, we'd have the units available. So it's about a 12-month timeline to the first apartments being available for lease.
Well, I hope you keep us posted when you know things, but thank you very much. Great presentation.
Thank you. We definitely will.
Okay, CJ, I think we've heard, oh wait, Tommy?
No, I
saw your light on. Okay.
I was gonna make another
Well,
motion.
I've got a first from you, if there's no other comments. I have a second from Patrick. Heather, is there any public comment? All right, hadn't said that today. All that. With all that, consensus is, let's take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you, CJ.
Thanks.
So let me see if I can throw an audible here as it's lunchtime. And is there lunch upstairs? So my question is, can we close this, move to closed session, executive session upstairs, and do lunch and executive session at the same time? And then come back down and continue the rest of the meeting to avoid making people wait and us making two trips?
We can do that. I will let you know that the only public comment that we have left for the remainder of the meeting is on item C, if that makes a difference.
Let's do item C, Tom.
Let's go ahead and do item C, and then we'll go in to a move. All right, item C, discussion and guidance on possible sign ordinance, zoning ordinance, land development, and subdivision ordinance changes to assist with development of affordable and attainable housing. Presentation made by Planning and Development Service Director Aaron Vanoy.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, and Mr. Valenzuela. Aaron Vanoy, Director of Planning and Development Services. I do have our Assistant Director of Planning and Development Services and our building official that's going to do these signs. It's just a couple of slides about an update on signs. And then a couple of other planners have helped with some items that are housing and land development items that I will probably run through very quickly. But I'm going to ask Charlie Kemp to go ahead and come up and do her presentation on signs very quickly, looking for direction. Charlie?
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor, Mr. Venezuela. We're looking for direction in regards to some temporary portable signs. In the summer of 2025, we had a sign committee formed. We were looking at billboards and things like that, some requirements for those. And when we were talking to that committee, and then we also did some town meetings, a lot of questions came up about portable signs, temporary signs, and things like that. Our ordinance, we've checked with other cities, Midland, Odessa, Abilene, our sign ordinance pretty much mimics their sign ordinance. But that doesn't mean that that's what we have to follow. And so one concern that we were having is that we are running into a lot of, like your flag signs or your feather signs, those are prohibited. They're not allowed. You see those everywhere. So what we're trying to do is come to y'all and see, do we want to create some enforcement for these? Do we want to go back and look at trying to create some allowances for those? Portable signs are allowed. Do we want to widen the parameters for portable signs? Things like that, or keep as is. But these are some of the things that we run into and some of the questions we've gotten back from that committee. So that's what we're bringing to you today.
Are
Y'all
you
have any
asking us if
questions?
we, yes, of course. Define the difference between temporary and portable, and what is temporary portable? Because in discussions with people that have these, they're like, all I can do, if I just put two wheels on my sign, then I'm a whole different classification. They call in and they get phone calls that get written up, but they'll make a point of, here's one of my competitors just 3 blocks down the street, and they've got up something that's almost identical to what I have. They have been in violation. There's a lot of, I would say, we need some clarity on this, and we need to kind of narrow the scope on which one goes for what area. And we need to be very specific so there's no surprises. I hate it when a guy will get written up and he'll say, well, this is one, and I have somebody making something similar down here. Apparently, they're not in violation, Charlie. So there's a lot of feedback. Y'all may, I would think y'all hear it a lot, but, and I'm going to open this up to the dais. I get a lot of questions about what's viable for a temporary versus what's a temporary portable, what's a portable. I just need you to kind of go down that path and show me some separation there.
Well, a temporary sign is like when somebody is running for a seat or an office and they put their signs out, that's a temporary. A portable sign, whether it's on a trailer or it's secured to the ground, that's a portable sign. I know that there's some gray area there. We've had some discussions with the portable sign companies saying just because you have it on a trailer does not mean it is allowed without a permit. It's still deducted against your days. It still should be getting a permit for those. And it's very clear that it's considered a portable sign. If you're advertising anything, any goods or services on that property, that creates a portable sign. you can have it up to 90 days, 30 days consecutive with a permit. And again, that's something like, if we want to broaden those days, we could look at doing that, allowing it more. One thing that comes is like the flags and everything they talk about that. Our ordinance specifically states a balloon activated, a flag, anything like that other than the state and the federal flag is not allowed. So it's hard to, one or two pop up, then 5 or 6 pop up, and we do turn those into code enforcement, but as y'all know, that they have other things that they're looking at as well, so to try to police that is very difficult.
Open it up to the dice. Tommy?
What kind of feedback did you get from your citizen committee and from the public that you all believe would make the most sense and be the most reasonable, fair approach to the bigger picture? I'm not looking really to drill down and get real detailed here, but what would make the most sense based on what y'all heard?
I believe that they want to see the ability to have more portable signs. One thing that I think would be helpful is a strip center, having more days for if you have a strip center, so they can not necessarily have 10 portable signs up there all at one time, but maybe where they can change them out more often. But try to keep from it also becoming a permanent sign. That's where you kind of have to be careful. Are you getting into where it's just there 365 days, but things like that. More ability to have like portable signs or temporary signs.
I'm wondering if, based on what they heard, if they could make us some recommendations rather than us. There's 7 different opinions up here.
No.
Maybe they make us some recommendations of what would be better in your opinion based on what you heard, but also that would not just allow just a proliferation all over town and become unsightly.
We can also reach out to more cities, get that net a little bit further, see if that would help, to see how. One thing, if we're going to create a policy, we want to be able to police that policy. So that's some of the things. Work with the community on trying to get what they want, but also within those perimeters, be able to have the manpower to be able to police it.
You're a step ahead of me. Enforceability, I think, for y'all's sake, is going to be very important. So just as one member of the council, I would appreciate some recommendations from y'all based on what you heard. And if you want to survey other cities, that's fine too. But also from the enforceability standpoint and being helpful to you all so that we can then be fair and informative to the business community that likes to use these.
Joe?
I agree with a lot with what Tommy said. I mean, I've come back with some feedback. I understand that there's a lot of signs out, and I was still in planning when we kind of talked about a lot of this and understand the challenges, and that's the thing we got to weigh is enforceability and allowance and all that, so. Yeah.
That's it. Patrick?
In your picture there, at least on my right-hand side, I assume it's the same yours, those, the feathered flag, the barber shop, the haircuts, are those currently illegal?
Yes,
Is
sir.
it because we, previous council to me, considered them wind-activated flags?
Yes, flags or air-activated are prohibited.
My personal opinion on that, I disagree with the classification of those. But I think on the other portable signs and stuff, I just want to see us try to help the small businesses that can't afford the several $1,000 signs. Signs are very expensive, so I would love to see options that make sense to help the affordability of it, whether it's portable, whatever, but make sure, like that one on the left is a pretty good, that's really not blocking anything else now, maybe blocking the drive, so that's something to look at. But just make sure that they can get a permit for what they need, as long as it is not detriment to those around them. I would love to see make signs affordable, like we talked about affordable housing. That's my only comment towards it.
Karen?
What's the cost of a permit for these signs?
It depends on what type of sign you're getting. I believe the portable signs are like $65, $70.
We're not going to hold your feet to the fire if you're wrong
Yeah.
on this
No, it's
one.
okay. I
Well,
just wondered.
and then like your wall signs, it goes off of square footage, and then you've got your pole signs, and then your billboard signs. So those are all different fees.
Okay. So does that also indicate that the penalty for not following the rules varies as well?
On a penalty fee, it's if you get a notice of violation, you don't correct that notice of violation. We do work with the community. So we don't say, well, we're going to double your permit fees right off the bat. We do try to tell them, hey, come in, get your permit. We try do the notice of violation a couple of times, and then if they don't do it, then they double the fees. That's on like your pole signs and your billboards, wall signs. Now the portable signs, code enforcement helps enforce those.
Would you characterize the quantity of violations as a lot?
I would say it's a lot.
Just drive down the street and see them everywhere.
Okay. That's it for me. I think everybody's brought up anything I might have contributed.
Miss Mary?
Kind of an echo of what everyone else is saying, but I'd like to see, compare it with some other cities, you know, the kind of the area, town, and different things. Odessa, Midland be a good example, Abilene. The length of time on that, but with under the feeling of, let's not penalize a business that's starting out or something, maybe extend that time, but then enforce whatever that change is. And, you know, if that means extending it from 90 days to, 120 or whatever. But if you could maybe put something together like that and email us or something and let us look at it, and I'll go through it too. But we need to be able to enforce the ones that are out of line, but we need to make it favorable so that they can get good advertising, and that may be the only thing that they can afford. So it's a marriage of those concepts.
I would like to add that the sign ordinance does allow you to put up a banner for like a grand opening to help those businesses as well. And there's so many days that it's allowed for like a month or so, when it doesn't require a permit.
Well, let's make it right and then be able to enforce it, but then just take care of our citizens too in their deal. Thank you.
Okay, so I was looking at the background on this item, had a lot of background information. It's just the sign ordinance, all we're talking about today?
Well, that's just the sign, that's just the section of
That's
signs.
partial.
We've got housing and LDSO to talk about
Right,
next
so,
in this caption.
right, so I'll go back to Charlie. Charlie, I think, listening to what Patrick and everybody said, there's kind of three keys here. We're looking at the speed of activation of putting up a sign, duration, and compliance. If you could gather up what other cities have and come back to us with a proposal, but I'd sure like you to get some input from local sign people on what they see.
Yes, sir.
So that will be item A.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Aaron?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, let's move into the residential, and this is just to be a highlight. Just trying to give you some information that a subcommittee of the Development Task Force is sitting down about every other week or monthly to talk about housing options, trying to make better housing options within our zoning ordinance. Ray Lineberry's here, and she's welcome to come up and tell me what I'm saying incorrectly if I say incorrectly. She's our leader in that area for our housing area, and she's going to help me do this presentation and move through it. But the purpose of that subcommittee is to review and update the residential zoning standards by considering the creation or modification of 2 or more residential zoning districts that provide greater flexibility and support housing development, particularly workforce housing, infill housing, and low-rise multifamily options that integrate well with the traditional neighborhoods. So in our zoning ordinance, we have this big chart, and there's lots of things on this chart. But right here is typically our housing. Right now, we stop it RS3. So ranch and estate, large lots, acre-sized lots. RS1 is your typical 5,000 square foot, 50 by 100. RS2, single family and two family. And then RS3 is where we get a little wonky and we go into townhomes and all different kinds of things, zero lot lines and twin homes. And then we have that we're looking at adding RS4, and that's going to probably change to RS5, so it's a little more clear. And we're changing some of those lot sizes. We're changing some of the setbacks. We're changing to where if you're in the infill and you don't have 5,000 square feet, but you've got 3,500 square feet, you still could build a house. You could put some more density there. And you can see there, we are looking at trying to alleviate some of the structure type complications in RM1. RM1 should really be low-rise multifamily. It doesn't need to have this single family and all this catch-all stuff in there. We're trying to move that back. You can see some of the front yard, minimum front yard setbacks. We're still working through those with the committee. The last talk was, well, you know, when we go to 10-foot front yards, and if your driveway is off the front, you can't park in your driveway. Your truck's going to be in the street. Well, that's problematic. So we need to, okay, we probably need to go to a 20-foot front yard, which makes a little more sense. Now, does that mean we compromise on backyards, on having enough backyard space? And so working through that with our local builders and developers, what makes sense for what you're seeing, for what people are asking in the market today. These are some Band-Aids that we're trying to put into our zoning ordinance so we can get through a comprehensive plan, so we can get to our next step of a unified development code that helps everybody together. So again, this is the bottom part of that chart. Again, looking at minimum rear yard, you know, what does that mean for families that are trying to move in? And maybe it's just a young couple and a young child. Do they have enough land, open space on their property to enjoy themselves? Or are they located close to a park? Are they, you know, what's going on there? So we're trying to be cognizant of that. Maximum floor area ratio is probably number 2 item that goes to zoning board of adjustment for a variance. And what we are seeing around the country is that if you have setbacks, front yard, side yard, rear yard, that are also set by building code and zoning, and if you have a height maximum and a story maximum, you don't really need a floor area ratio or a lot coverage anymore. So most cities have just taken that out. We're still looking with our subcommittee, what makes sense for San Angelo? Do we do that? Because if we're giving a variant, or if we're having to go for a variance for, say, 100 square feet of a structure, does it really make that much of an impact in our communities where that structure is going to be? Now, if you're looking at R&E and you're going from 20% coverage of a acre lot to 50% coverage, well, that's a huge house. But at the same time, do we want to limit that? Does it matter that much? And maybe it does in certain areas. Most cities are trying to get away from R&E because it's not the best return for our dollar to support that with our services. Because large lot, one family, not doing a whole lot necessarily, but the property valuation might be high, the structure valuation might be high, but does that help us, or can we get more of the RS4 or the RS5, more density, more lots along a street frontage, more sewer taps, more water taps? And so it's a balance, and we have to make sure that we have flexibility and a balance for our community to choose from, not just trying to stick them into boxes that may not work anymore. One of our team members, Arden Neff, has been working on some of these different things, but you know, when you start looking at lot sizes, all right, well, how much buildable space does that put? Is that property going to evaluate for the right size, for the right house size? What can you do with 50-foot wide, 35-foot wide? And we're listening to our builders saying, well, this is what the products I see that are happening or what people are wanting. But there are still people that, well, I still want a backyard, a back patio. Get it? Does that work in a 10-foot? We don't know. We're trying to make sure that we're making sure that we have what our community is going to want, but still look for that infill housing, that workforce housing, those things that are still affordable. Doesn't mean that, you know, RS1 isn't going to go away, RS2 isn't going to go away. So those builders, developers that have that and want that, that's still an option. We would come in with these new zoning ordinances. We would not place them in any district. It would be an option for developers to come forward and say, we want to apply for RS4 zoning here. The city's not going to go and rezone anything at this time. So you can see there's some different options, even with a 60-foot depth of a lot. And then if you applied R4, okay, well, how much building can you actually get? Well, when you're looking at 1,000 square foot, well, that might valuate in some areas. It may not valuate in all areas. What if you went to a 1,600 square foot and those types of things? So we're taking that under consideration. So our goal with that committee is trying to find options for our building community, for even property owners that say, okay, well, I think I want to have maybe a true mother-in-law suite. All right, where is that appropriate within our community? What's the right way to do that? Because we do see multi-generational living together right now. And if they have enough land and they're able to add another house and that raises the valuation of that property, that's probably a win. And it didn't add to, we got to have more street, we got to have more water line, we got to have more sewer line, more drainage, whatever. We're able to infill those spaces. So you see some housing styles that have been in our community. Of course, everybody likes something different. Sometimes people don't mind being close together, small spaces. Other times they do. Sometimes we've had patio-style homes in our community for a long time, and they really do work. And I applaud our community for looking at those things, and they can be various sizes, from one person size up to 3 or 4 people size, as far as things that are going on in there. So I'm going to look back at Ray. Did I miss anything, Ray? Nope. Okay. So we're just letting you know we're working on that. We're going to come forward with some more concrete things for you, ordinance changes. We anticipate a time frame sometime this late spring. We think April-ish. It may take a joint meeting because it may not. We're still evaluating that. We'll work with Brandon. We'll work with Mr. Valenzuela and with Heather, and then, of course, with Mayor Thompson to say, here's the date that we think. So we are going to come back forward, and it may be a joint meeting with Planning Commission and you guys. Any questions on housing before I move forward to the land development and subdivision ordinance?
So what I'm gathering out of this, Aaron, nothing's set in stone. You're going to do some research, look at development of this additional RS zone that would have to come through planning and council.
Yes, sir.
To get blessings before somebody could move forward with it, especially
sir.
on the lower lot lines.
Yes, sir.
But that does increase the revenue per square foot. Okay. I'll open it up to the dice. Mary? Karen? Patrick?
Do you know what square footage those lots are that you're looking at there?
Well, it looks like it's about 4,000 based on what's here on the screen. So it's 40 by 100, and it's got an 1,800 square foot. Front yard's 15 foot. I would assume the backyard's probably at 20 foot. And then you have, if this is zero lot line, you have 0 to 1 foot on that 0 lot line, and you must have the 10 foot on the other side.
So do we not think we have enough current zonings that we have spots that these are needed for? Like, are you trying to figure out how to infill the lots that are out there that don't have houses on them?
We are trying to find zoning that would work for them, and zoning that our developers are asking for, saying, well, yeah, that's a 5,000 square foot lot, but if I could split it into 2 lots at 2,500, and my road frontage stays the same, and I don't have to put a water line in, and I don't have to put it, they can actually then build a more affordable home. Because otherwise, they're having to front that infrastructure cost and not be able to do that. Our zoning ordinance prevents anything below 5,000 square feet. As far as a single-family house.
Yeah. Now, we've had some that have gone in where those done through PDs, so it just takes more work. So this would help expedite the process?
Well, you have to have an acre or more for a planned development.
Okay.
A lot of our properties are less than an acre, and so it's very challenging to do that.
But on their developments, all those developments have been,
Some of the-
actual development is over an acre.
Yeah, some of their
99%
developments
the
are,
time.
yes. Or they've gone into the RM category, and then we have to figure out what kind of structure type they're going to do. And it makes it very challenging when it comes to the code reading of the building codes and things to apply the right codes. And then if they have one house that's not close enough or too close, they have to do extra fire rating and things. So other things trigger. And we like to be as predictable as we can. Let's not add things through the process. And we're trying to make sure that we're writing the zoning ordinance so it allows developers to have that.
Thank you.
Harry, Joe, Reverend Hebert.
Are you gonna get to, I'm thinking you will, with the assist with development, affordable, attainable, to the point of, I had a conversation with one of our COSA DC members, literally early this morning, about this. Are you gonna get to the fact of maybe, some things that y'all can do that maybe others could help with respect to making, things more affordable for our construction community to then help, I'll say, help you with the housing density so that we can get more houses, et cetera. Is that going to be a part of your conversation before you get through, or is that another day, another conversation?
That is another day and another time. That's a partnership with the Neighborhood Services and Angela Bloss and her team of the infill program in particular. We're doing some data analysis of how our infill program has performed and looking at locations around town that are within those areas that do we do target activities that would support adding infrastructure of water, sewer, streets. Would that allow development to blossom because those lots are already there? They just are missing those pieces. And that is the affordability challenge, is when a developer has to put those in, particularly in infill, that we know that the market value is not as high as brand new development. It's hard to get a return on that. And so they like, well, I can go build maybe a $300,000 home over here as opposed to a 200, 150 or something like that valued home in this part of town. And so that's the challenge we may face. But we're going to bring that forward as a discussion item before the budget process, so y'all have some information to talk about that, or what are the options for the city to do some of those things, if that is an option.
Brandon, I don't know if it'll come up tomorrow at the COSA DC meeting or not, but they may have an appetite, so I was given to understand, if possible, obviously within legal bounds, but if possible, to help assist, to Aaron's point he just made, on new development, not necessarily infill. I don't know that they can, they don't know that they can, but that may come up at the COSA DC meeting tomorrow, just in terms of, there was an example given that it was going to cost $39,000 per lot just to do the city services, water, sewer. That makes your house almost unaffordable before you ever start. So,
Yeah. Just a comment. I mean, affordable housing projects that COSA DC can do, I mean, it's got some pretty strict requirements, and it ties to like the federal statute about the income eligibility. So I don't know how they could do it. I mean, maybe there's a way, but we just really have to look at it.
Well, and then I would challenge you all, Aaron, you and I have talked about this quite a bit, but I would challenge you all to continue to dig deep to see if there's creative. Sometimes people get the idea that it's going to be just a stupid idea. Creative to me is maybe a new way that we've not ever done before, but still may be a workable solution. So I would encourage you all to continue digging deep to see if we can make our construction community be able to construct, even whether it's infill or whether it's new construction.
Agreed. Yeah. And I know that our operations department looks at that, so does our water utilities department. I mean, there's a big discussion on regional detention, and over time, we believe we're going to move in that way, and that may help supplant some costs down the road, but that's a big picture thing. And as we had multiple discussions today about economic development, where do we get the funds from to make those projects happen?
Right. Thank you.
So let's talk about the land development and subdivision ordinance. This talks about maybe those new development areas of when we say we can require infrastructure to be built. It is to promote affordable development through revised standards, simplify development through consistency, and promote affordable housing and infill with the changes that we're looking at today with that subcommittee. It's not an overhaul, it's not a major change, but it is trying to get more consistent so that our developers have predictability. So we talked about paving widths quite a bit in the item, and so they're still looking at what are the appropriate paving widths. That is one of our challenges in West Texas. We drive big vehicles, we love big roads, but everyone sitting up there knows we can't afford to maintain them. And that is tough, and that is challenging. And that, I'm sure y'all all have that expectation from your constituency of maintain my road. We want a good, smooth road. Well, at 40 feet, that's a lot of road to maintain in a local neighborhood. And so are there any compromises? Because if that developer's building a brand-new road at 40 feet wide and then putting that cost into the lot, similar to your comment about the water sewer, that's a significant amount. So if that lot now costs $50,000 and it's blank, it might have services, and now you've got to construct on it. There's no discussion about affordability, and sometimes not even a discussion about attainable housing. That's kind of that middle group that, hey, we're not in affordable housing, but we can't even attain housing. So that's the challenge. Our minimum width, we think we're going to revise that and probably have something for our infill areas, because there are roads in our infill areas. We continue to give variances at the Planning Commission down to 20 feet. We know we would like to have 26 feet, but as soon as you add 6 feet to that pavement, does it really give you a better pavement for anyone to get by? Now, I think our emergency services would say absolutely, they would love to have 26 feet. We get it. But if we're in our infill area and we're trying to work towards affordability, does it make sense? And so we're working through those things. There's been a suggestion also about what about having a narrower street in the front at some distance that allows for an alleyway in the back and alleyway access, probably not as much concrete to the alley for a driveway, so that might lower the cost. The street width's a little bit lower, and the builder designer gets to design a better facade that's not dominated by a garage and a little bit of door opening. And we see that in a lot of our development. The challenge is alleys have to be sometimes built in a very specific way to maintain services if there's third-party things like that. And so we're trying to work through those things of what can we do a little bit differently. We're actually trying to change some of the language so that it's much more consistent of, all right, do we need to dedicate right-of-way or do we not need to dedicate right-of-way? Can we do an easement for utilities? Those things. So we're trying to change some of that language in there. We are also trying to address, not over in here, but in the zoning ordinance, double frontages, so that we can alleviate some of those zoning board of adjustment requests for double frontages. That's the number one request we have. I thought it'd be carports, but it's actually double frontage. Because as we develop, that's an important thing. When they go and start reorienting lots, and just because there wasn't an alley there, now they're in the middle of the block, and we say, well, you're double frontage. Well, that doesn't make a lot of sense. So we're trying to work through those. And then the last thing that we're also working through, and I think that was the last slide, is in our infill area, one of the things that is triggered under our subdivision ordinance that if you weren't in the same configuration since 1950, you must plat. Now, we're looking at writing an exception. We're trying to make sure that we're not doing unintended consequences, that if the road's there too, the acceptable size, the water and the sewer's there, and all you're having to do is go and legally say, here's my four corners, can we allow that through a survey as opposed to the full replatting process? Because then you got to go to Planning Commission, get a plat, okay, they probably spent $4,000 to $6,000. Well, again, that goes back to the affordability. If you're in the infill area, does it make sense for us to do that? Is there a different way to do that? We're trying to think of all the unintended consequences, which is always fun to try to work through, but can we give them an exception within our ordinance? So with that, Mayor, I'll take any questions.
Aaron, didn't we have a question on that one time? We had a street in the Lakeview edition to where actually the easement for the street cut through somebody's yard. It was in the infill. That did create some difficulties. I know it took several steps to go there. Anything to lessen the burden on some of those things that are just common sense real estate, especially in the infill, where you can just go in and say, this is what it has been, it matches the survey. I wouldn't think I'd see any reason for us not to embrace some way to drop the burden of costs out of that on the infill. I mean, we already try to subsidize that to some degree, like $4,000 or $5,000 per lot. So with that, I'll open it up to the dais for any further questions. So is this an action item, or did you have one, Patrick?
Just direction from you guys.
No, Patrick had a question.
Survey, all for that.
I bet. Not an action item, just we've given you direction on what we'd like to see.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
We do have public comment.
All right, public comment.
Shane Mize. Shane signed up.
He doesn't look like Shane.
Shane left. Okay, then Rocky, it's all yours.
Mr. Templin.
Good afternoon. I'm here to talk about affordable housing.
That's Buck.
I want to thank Aaron and Ray. The small committee groups have been working really well. We don't chase as many rabbits. We don't go down as many holes. I would like that we don't rush through this process now that we're bringing all these questions up, and to get a draft to permit department, the planning department, to city council, to let them review it before y'all ever see it. A lot of the stuff makes sense. A lot of it, it's right of way widths. If you have a 50-foot right of way, or do you need a 10-foot setback, or do you need a 50-foot setback? And so I think my goal would be to try to stop all these cases from going to ZBA and planning that have gotten permitted and are built wrong, even though it was in the code, because it is so complicated between planning and permit department that one or the other, somebody misses something. And so that's the only way I'd like it to go. Thank you.
Rocky, thank you very much. All right, at this point, it's a non-action item. They have everything they need to go. So I would like to bring the regular agenda to a close, go into executive session, and then we'll come back and finish here shortly. Will that be all right? Brandon, is that legal?
Yeah, just taking a recess, but we do need to read the closed session
Right,
caption.
right, I will. So at this point, we're going to stop after item C. We're going to go into the closed session, executive session under the provision of Government Code Title V, Open Government Ethics, Subtitle A, Open Government, Chapter 551, Open Meetings, Subchapter D, Exceptions to Requirements that meetings be open under the following conditions. Item A, Section 551.072, deliberations about real property regarding 70 East 43rd Street. And item B, Section 551.074, personal matters to deliberate the appointment of assistant city managers. We'll move into closed session, and we'll be back when we're back.
Nobody else has signed up for public.
All right. Everybody, we're going to call this meeting back to order. We are out of closed session. We have finished discussion on 7A and 7B. Right now, we're going to move back to to the regular agenda, item D, first reading and public hearing of an ordinance for Z25-25, a request for a zone change from the heavy commercial zoning district to a low-rise multifamily zoning district at a property located west of intersection of Arden Road and Northwest Drive. Presentation made by Planning and Development Services Coordinator, Aaron Vanoy.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Mr. Valenzuela. We do have this property located right here facing Arden and Northwest. It's about 21 acres. It is in the Bluffs neighborhood, District 6, Miss Mary Coffey. The vision plan is commercial, and we are doing a zone change from heavy commercial to low-rise multifamily, which allows up to 2.5 stories of low-rise multifamily. You can see that this area along the Arden frontage has been heavy commercial for some time. It has not really developed as of right now, but we have had over the last few years some speculation on some apartment buildings in this area, and we do have a developer, Tigris Development, that has come forward, has made purchase of the property and is starting to look at development for some low-rise multifamily. This is the same developer that developed at Wolf Creek and the front part of Bentwood at Wolf Creek and Loop 306. They did a very good job during that project, and so we expect the same here. You can see the vision plan is commercial, and doing a RM1 low-rise multifamily does fit within commercial vision planning. So we did look at the area. Obviously, we do need this middle housing in our community. It is located on a major thoroughfare. It's surrounded by a mix of commercial and other residential. The zone change would demonstrate a community need for multifamily housing, and it does not seem to be any adverse effects on the natural environment at this time. This did go to Planning Commission on December 15th. They recommended 7-0 in approval. City staff also recommends an approval for this zone change from heavy commercial to low-rise multifamily at Northwest Drive and Arden Road. That I'll answer any questions.
I'll open it up to the dais on this one. Mary?
Does this fit in with our comprehensive plan and with our really big proponents for affordable housing? Does this help fill some of that gap?
So let me answer the vision plan, the comprehensive plan. You can see here on the right side, this is commercial. You can see the apartment complex down there, that's commercial. So commercial with an RM1 zoning, that is compatible. So you'll see a lot of commercial areas that have low-rise multifamily and even high-rise multifamily. So we do believe that it fits with our vision plan, our comprehensive plan. Secondly, as far as affordable housing, these may not hit the threshold on affordable housing like the tax credit projects that you heard earlier in the session did, but these are also hitting that missing middle that we need is more apartment dwellings within our community. And if you've had a chance to look at the housing study that COSA DC sponsored, it will say we need that middle housing. We also need the affordable housing, but this is an area that's going to be able to support that middle housing.
Is this the same size type kind of I don't know what the name of that division is, by TLC and off of Northwest and all, there's a apartment complex and like smaller houses?
So that's Creek 27, I
Yes,
think you're
yes,
talking
yes. I
about.
couldn't remember the
No,
name.
this one would be different. They're looking at two-story structures. They're looking at some that'll be duplex structures, some that'll be independent, some that'll be 3 or 4 structures together. They're doing a mix in there. They're also going to bring in some amenities and a clubhouse and things like that. Very similar to the Tigris project that they have there in Bentwood. Those were just conditioned that they couldn't be more than 1 story.
I see. Good deal. Thank you. That is going to fill a need. Thank you, Aaron. Oh, yes, any other discussion?
Well, Karen, Patrick, questions? I have one question. Go back to your slide. If we're I'm looking at the area north of our top here. It's going from general heavy commercial just to commercial. There's a lot of buildings, and I think there's the one that's just right above the word Arden. I think I've gotten phone calls about planning in the slide on the right, Aaron.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Right above
yes,
it, across
right
the
there.
road, right?
Yes.
There's some setbacks there amongst Arden Road.
Yes,
And
sir.
there's been lots of discussion. I've got many phone calls. Will any of the changing we're looking at today affect that?
No, not at all.
Okay, that's all I need to know. All right, with that, was there any other further questions? I think we've come to a consensus. If I could get a first
I'd like to make that motion.
from Mary, I've got a first from Mary, a second.
Second.
Second from Joe Self. Any public comment, Heather? With no public comment, we'll take a vote. All of those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? With no nays, item D passes 7-0. Now we'll move into agenda item E, the first reading and public hearing of an ordinance for Z 25-26, a request for a zone change from the single-family residential zoning district to the two-family residential zoning district for the property located at 2719 Waco Street. Aaron, you're on.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Mr. Valenzuela. This is a simple rezoning here for this property. You can just see there that there's a structure in the back that they are converting. They want to convert into a residential structure for a family member. This is within an RS1 zoning district, but they want to be able to do everything more than what an accessory dwelling unit, which is not allowed. They actually do have the parking up front to have the two dwelling units, and this is within an infill area. So this still is within the Bluffs neighborhood, but it actually switches over to District 2, Mr. Joe Self. The current zoning is RS1, the vision plan is neighborhood, and they're asking to go from RS1 to RS2. And so we did send out our notifications, so we show this map. We did have one in opposition right here. They did not say why they were in opposition, and they did not come forward at the Planning Commission in December to express why they were in opposition. So they may have just been in opposition to the zoning in general of this property here. You will notice that Garfield is right here, and it's actually a minor collector that goes through that area, and you'll see on a slide here. You can just see the corner of it. I wish we should have done a little bit better zoom out of here, that there's actually some commercial there as well as some RM1 and RM2 in the area. But you see it is RS1 single-family residential. That is compatible with our vision plan, that if you stay within the RS districts, neighborhood actually is compatible for those things. We did look at the rationale. Obviously, our Resintel housing study demonstrated a need for housing solutions like backyard cottages, particularly when it's multi-generations that are staying together. Compatible with the surrounding areas is the applicant intends to create an accessory dwelling unit from the back of their 140-foot lot, so they do have a larger lot than normal. The single-family street facade will still be preserved. It provides a unique housing solution in an infill design area, and it satisfies the zoning requirements for an accessory dwelling. So we did present this to the Planning Commission on December the 15th. They recommended approval with a vote of 7-0, and city staff recommends approval to rezone 2719 Waco Street from RS1 to a two-family RS2 zoning. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Self, this is in your territory.
They still have to go through the process of permitting and everything for that back
Yes, sir.
structure. Okay. I don't have anything else.
Gotcha. Anybody on this side of the bench? Anybody over here?
Move to accept.
All right, I've got a first from Joe. Second from Tommy Hebert. Any public comment on this item? With no public comment on motion E, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. We'll move to item F, first reading and public hearing of an ordinance for Z25-28, a request for a zone change from the single-family residential zoning district to the neighborhood commercial zoning district located at 3110, 3114, 3118, and 3122 Waco Street. Aaron, you're on.
Thank you, sir. This is the last rezoning case we have. You can see the four properties here from 3122 all the way to 3110, and then you see this small little piece right there across the street from them that they have been able to acquire. What you also see on this slide is you see Waco Street, actually the improvement terminates right there. This is just kind of a gravel area road, and we have worked with our engineering services and confirmed that currently there are no known third-party utilities or city infrastructure in that part of Waco. So I mentioned that is their goal is to come back, if they get the rezoning approved, to come back and request an abandonment of that, and then that would combine this property together. They'd come back with a replat and combine it all together. So they would have frontage here on Houston Hart. They already have a curb cut there that they're able to continue to use through TxDOT. So this is in the Bluffs. It is District 2, Mr. Joe Self. The vision plan is neighborhood center, so the underlying vision plan is already light commercially zoned. It's 0.67 acres, and the request to zone from a single-family residential RS1 to a neighborhood commercial, which is a low-intensity, low-traffic count type of business that could go there. They're not asking for general commercial. The applicant's asking for actually neighborhood commercial. We did send out 21 notices. We had 0 in support and 0 in opposition so far. And I like this image here. You can kind of see that the city, have a facility back here. There's commercial on this area. There's RM1 on this property now. And at the corner down there is Garfield, and there's some other commercial areas down that way. And so Houston Hart frontage, while it's taken some time over the years to redevelop commercially, that's normally what you see along the frontage roads. So you can see we kind of have a hodgepodge here. This is RS1, and it's really mainly because of those two RS1 structures that are right there. We have some multifamily behind, and again, we have general commercial on either side, and you see a small pocket of neighborhood commercial over there. This property, that trapezoid there would go to neighborhood commercial, so a lower intensity. And you can see our vision plan through there kind of just takes that swath of land in that area. We did look at this. The subject property is located on a major thoroughfare. It's surrounded by a mix of commercial and other residential. Neighborhood commercial is designed for mixed use and low intensity commercial. The community need is that we have a zone change that helps demonstrate that we need more commercial properties. We don't have as many commercial properties out there zoned as we do residential. There's lots and lots of residential, so it's hard for sometimes to find some new commercial areas. And we also believe since these lots have not developed, this tells us they're not going to develop in a residential way. With that, we did take that to the Planning Commission on December the 15th. They voted 7-0 with recommendation of approval. City staff also recommends approval for these properties located there on Waco Street and the small piece across from them on Waco Street for a zone change from RS1 to the neighborhood commercial zoning district. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Aaron, I've got a couple calls on that. In the background, they say, as far as the future use, it's like they wanted to say it was like a carpet store.
Yes, sir.
And there's a carpet store right beside it.
That is what is right here. They're looking at a carpet flooring store there, which traditionally has a low traffic count. They're not high traffic counts. You think about a convenience store that might be there, or some other vape shop or something like that. That would be much higher intensity, and we are cognizant of trying to protect the neighbors there and the neighborhood there, and I do believe the developers are as well.
Okay, cool. Joe, in your district?
Are they required to fence between the residents?
Yes, they will
Okay,
be.
which will help protect them. And I kind of same question as Tom, so yeah, that answered mine, so I'm good.
Any further questions on this side? Any questions here?
Presuming that everybody agrees there's no significant potential impact on traffic patterns? Okay.
If I could get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Got a first from Joe and a second from Harry Thomas. Any public comment, Heather? With no public comment, we'll take a vote on item F. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? With no opposed, motion F carries 7-0. I hate to say it, we're moving into the last item. Anyway, first reading and public hearing of an ordinance amending the budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2025 and ending September 30, 2026 for capital projects and general supplies from fiscal year 2025 to consider carrying over into fiscal year 2026 for continuation of those items. Chadburn Drainage Improvement Project, tiers public improvement funding and staffing levels to fire prevention. Presentation made by Finance Director Tina Diersky. And Tina, I think with this rollover, you might want to talk about why we do these carryovers.
Yeah,
A little bit
so-
for those people watching that don't understand
Okay.
the reason for this.
Most of these are projects that were already in progress at year end that city staff did not yet have encumbered, and so they've requested to carry those funds over into the new year so that they can finish out those projects. With some exceptions, like this street and bridge seal coat, that's money that they had left in their current year budget or last year's budget that was not yet obligated, but that they want to carry over to continue the streets programs. Those amounts would be carried over into the street fund so that it's restricted for that use. So with that, the Human Resources Department is asking to carry over employee engagement funds in the amount of $55,200. And then this traffic ops of $4619 is striping supplies that go along with the seal coat project. Recreation is requesting to carry over a few items, $2,200 for AEDs, $19,605 for Southside Rec Center, and $41,200 for a second sanitation system for the pool. On that one. Okay, Stormwater is requesting $5,000 for their herbicide program, $38.53 for Stop the Bleed kits, and $89,140 for the Chadburn Street project. Chadburn Drainage Project, also $364,000 there. This one is not a carryover. This is the money that the tiers, they set aside money for police drones and for dangerous buildings for fire prevention. And so this is moving the money out of the tiers fund and into the general fund. And this one is also a little different. The fire marshal is requesting to add an FTE to the budget ordinance count. It would be funded through additional revenue from fire inspections. For the current year, that amounts to $52,000, which would cover the additional FTE for the remainder of the year. And of course, then we would build that into next year's budget. And I do have the fire marshal and the fire chief here to answer questions on that if you have them.
I would like for them to come up and explain that. Give us a little background on it.
Hello, I'm Billy, the fire marshal. The background on this, we roughly have 6,300 businesses within the city of San Angelo. I currently only have 4 inspector investigators. With that, I don't have enough manpower to be able to go out and do those inspections annually as required, state mandated, for us to do businesses on an annual basis. Currently, we're only able to do 1,100 inspections a year. That's with my current staffing. It's a little hard to get to every building every year with my current staffing. So we're asking to get an additional FTE to help us meet those mandated annual inspections. Again, this is going to be a cost-neutral position because we feel like the inspector will be able to get out and do enough inspections to be able to cover the cost of that position. Again, this is state and best practices mandated that we get every business within the city of San Angelo annually. And currently, we're 3 to 5 years for that mandate. We're currently getting to those businesses once every 3 to 5 years, which is not meeting the standard.
Oh, no, we agree with that. I mean, there's been some phone calls we get, and people say, "Well, I've been doing this for 1, 2, or 3 years, and for whatever, you've never said a word." It's just because we haven't got there. It'd be
Right.
great to be able to catch up, and also to make sure that we move at the speed of business. It's not waiting us, especially if this improves our response times for anything along the process.
Right, and the city is growing, and our current staffing will not be able to meet those growth standards that we're currently under.
You're pretty confident that this will cash flow itself?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. 100%.
All right. I'll open it up to the dais for any questions. Patrick?
How will it cash flow itself?
Well, we went pretty conservative with our numbers. For annual inspections, we charge $65 per inspection. If a fire inspector can do 5 inspections a day for that week, I think that we'll be able to generate at least $80,000 a year just on the fees, and that's being very conservative. If they do larger projects like a hospital, those hospitals run $300 per inspection. So if they're able to do a hospital and a bunch of other inspections, I think we'll go well over what is going to be required to meet their salary.
Will any of this help the new business side as far as when they're trying to get what they need from the fire marshal's office to get in business and get
Oh,
going?
absolutely. We'll be able to get to those mandated inspections a lot sooner, because right now, when they do call us for an inspection, we have to make sure that we are available. Sometimes it may be a day or two, depending on our schedule, to be able to get to that inspection. This will actually free up those other inspectors to get out and do those inspections a lot quicker. They also will be doing plans reviews, which actually will help us speed up our plan review process as well.
Perfect. Thank you.
Guys, the only thing you can do to make that greater is if they were able to inspect plumbing at the same time, but long story short, we're good with what they got. Thank you for your information.
Yep, that was the last one on that budget amendment, so.
Gotcha. Any additional questions from the dais? Over here? All right, with that, I'll look for a motion. I got a first from Harry. And a second from who?
Second.
Tommy Hebert. Any public comment, Heather? With no public comment, I'll look for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Now we'll move into follow-up and administrative issues. I'd like to move item A to after we discuss the B, if that's okay. Can I do that? Daniel's announcement, I'd like to carry that at the very end, but that was done exactly right. So we're going to move into consider approving various board nominations. Animal Shelter Advisory Committee, Chrysanthemum Cohen, SMD1, to a second term ending January 2028. I hope I didn't slaughter your name. Fort Concho Museum Board, Asher Rogers, SMD6, and Ewell Loudermilk, SMD6, to a second term. Lisa Marley, SMD2, and Sarah Clemens, SMD5, to a third term, all ending January 2028. For the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Benjamin Brodjakowski, SMD6, to a second term ending December 2027. Planning Commission, Shane Mize, SMD1, Jennifer Juarez, SMD2, and Mark Clark as an alternate for the mayor to a first full term. Brittany Davis, mayor, to a third term, all ending January 2028. Public Art Commission, Yuko Kunayuki, SMD2, to an unexpired term ending April 2026. The Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Board, Trey Holmes, SMD3, as a chairperson of the board for a one-year term ending January 2027. Zoning Board of Adjustments, Mason Brooks, SMD1, to a first full term, and Terry Jackson, SMD3, to a second term, both ending January 2028. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
I have a first from Karen.
Second.
I have a second from Tommy Hebert. Any public comment on these appointments? With all that, we'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Appointments carry 7-0. We'll move into announcements and consideration of future agenda items. With that, Daniel, I'm going to turn it over to you for one.
Mayor, I'd like to invite Tina Diersky and Shane Kelton to the front before I make my announcement.
Welcome to the penalty box.
Thank you. I'd like to make my official announcement as far as my appointment for assistant city managers positions. And my appointments are Tina Diersky and Shane Kelton. As you all know, Michael Dane has retired. He's actually gone. Both Rick and I me actually in October I'll be gone, and Rick after that. I won't say exactly when, but He'll be leaving. And I really do feel that for Synergy, the excellent work you guys have done, the institutional knowledge you bring to the positions, it's going to be such a huge blessing for whomever sits in the city manager role in the future. I know that you have the full trust of not just myself, but everybody up here. And we're just very blessed that you guys we're interested. Y'all interviewed extremely well. And we're just excited to have y'all on board. And I'm looking forward to working with the three of us working together to really synergize. And Rick and Mike have just been absolutely outstanding as well. They've been so great to work with. It's a little bit of a shock, of course, everybody leaving at the same time. Trust me, this is something that we decided we wanted to do because it's time to retire, so we're excited. Rick is excited about that opportunity in the future, as I am. But again, congratulations to the both of you. Very well deserved. And again, we look forward to working with you.
Thank
you. Do y'all have any awards for us?
Is this Rick Weiss' last meeting as Assistant City Manager? Well, I don't know. So with that said, regardless, I will not be here for the first meeting in February. But I can say as much as I said for Michael Dane, Rick, from when I started here, you have led all of us and helped us. And as long as something had the Rick Weiss aesthetic vote of approval, it's been absolutely wonderful. I tell people when they go in the room, and I don't want you to misunderstand this, you're the smartest guy in the room. And I feel safer when you're in the room. You help us not overlook things. You bring in a way to take a conversation with an engineer. You had conversations with legal. The way you can converse with all of these people has done nothing but been outstanding and helpful for the city of San Angelo. We hope the remainder of your time with us is as enjoyable to where you can sit over there and shop on Amazon all you want, but needless to say, I don't want to miss an opportunity to thank you for an assistant city manager. You've done a wonderful job for us for many years.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Rick.
Mayor, and I do want to add that Rick will be actually taking on the tremendous role actually as our executive public projects officer. We have some major projects in the works this coming year, and we definitely can't have any of that fall through the cracks. And I have every confidence that Rick will keep us moving in that direction. So we're excited about that role, new role also that Rick will be carrying on. With that, do y'all have anything that you'd like to share with us?
I just say thank you to you, Daniel, to city management, to the city council. This is an incredible opportunity, and I'm just very grateful. Thank you.
Awesome.
Ditto. I can't say that any better. So.
Again, thank you for everything y'all have done, and again, congratulations on your new roles. Thank you. Okay, awesome.
Any additional comments from the dais?
Move we adjourn.
I have a first from Tommy and a second from Joe. All those in favor of adjourning today's meeting say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Call this meeting to a close at 2:00.